Hey everybody, it's Steve, and you are watching Hobo with Wood. And I want to thank each and every one of you for being here tonight. I know you got other choices available, and I just want to thank each and every one of you for being here. It is greatly appreciated. So let's see who all is here and what y'all been chatting about. And I'll tell you what we're going to do tonight. We're going to do some actual design work in two different softwares tonight. We're going to work in Gravini, which someone mentioned in the last live stream, and I'm still cutting my teeth on it and figuring it out, but I'm really liking it. It is so much more user-friendly and easy to use compared to boxes.py, and it's got a lot more abilities too. It has some limitations, but we're going to look at that and design a project in that tonight. And that project will be I'll save it. I'll save it as probably an SVG and a Lightburn file. And during the live stream, I'll save those, upload them to the hobowithwood.com website, and you'll have the ability to go over there and download it. And then we're going to jump over into Lightburn, and I'm going to do a quick demonstration on how I use some very basic pieces in my Lightburn art library to morph and use the weld tools and the array tools and different things to be able to create new projects from scratch using the tools in Lightburn. And the reason I really like working in Lightburn for designing purposes is that it's going to be laser friendly. It's not a question of if it's going to work with your laser or problems that are built into other designs when you bring them in from other platforms. But in addition to that, I'm going to show you the two newest crosses that I've done this week. One of them I just finished today. Well, let's see who all's here. We got Jesse's in the house. Hello, Jesse. How you doing? Got Carl here. Yeah, well, you know what? That is the elephant in the room. And technically I didn't move to Saturday. They left Saturday and went to Sunday, and I just kept the slot. And now they're coming back. But you know what? I can't control what anybody else does. All I can do is take care of me and trust that I'm going to be taken care of. And that's all I can do. Yeah, Pop, if you're going to try and jump back and forth, you probably miss out on some, good information when it comes, because I'm actually going to be teaching you how to accomplish something. And if you might miss out on an important detail if you're bouncing around, but you're going to do what you need to do. Chicago Bob's in the house, and he was referring to, somebody asked what LMR was. He said that's what it is. Bob, thank you for being here. Terry from New Zealand. And I'm kind of dragging my feet a little bit. We're up to 75 viewers before I get into too much. And here's my good friend, Ashra. Thank you for being here, my dear. She and I spent a lot of time together designing a project one-on-one. I don't know if we did that. Oh, oops. So what I just do? I just did something. I hope I just took her off. Does everybody still hear me? I hope so. We did that in Hobo's world in the StreamYard like this. She and I got together and we worked out a project, and that's what I really enjoy about doing this, is seeing, and remind me, Ashford, where are you? You are in Jamaica, or you're somewhere down in the Caribbean. I can't remember. And we got Terry from New Zealand, and I'm sure we got a couple of Aussies in the house too. So I just enjoy working, and that's why I'm going to do what I'm going to do with my schedule. Tonight is 9 p.m. Eastern time. Next week, I'll be 3 p.m. Eastern time. I'm going to do every Saturday. I'm not going to do every other Saturday. I'm going to do every Saturday. and I will do 3 p.m., then 9 p.m., 3 p.m., then 9 p.m. And the reason for that is so that I can try and accommodate folks in the European time zone. And, and they can participate in a live stream, instead of having to just catch it all on reruns. So that's going to be my schedule. I'm going to stick to it regardless, come what may. It'll be what it is. So let's see here. We're 83 viewers. So Midnight Sun, what's going to be your normal day and time again? There we go. My live streams are going to be every Saturday with alternating 3 and 9 p.m. time zones or time slots. There's my Ozzy. Hello, Chris. And now my dog's been in here all day with me. Don't you start. The minute I go live. No. And I know I just had her outside and she did her thing before we started this. No. I may have to go put her in a camper. Let's see. I'm not going to compete with you. Yeah, I'm seeing a whole bunch of comments about the other from here on. I just not even discuss it. I don't know what I'm gonna do. Stop. I don't want to have to go away and go. I couldn't go do that though. Give me a minute. Just had to have a word of prayer with her. So all right. So Jimmy says, I'm interested in finding about Gravini. Have not seen it. Well, Jimmy, I'm still learning it and figuring it out, but it is really, really cool. And I got a lot of neat things this week in the mail from my viewers. And one of them asked not to even be recognized, and I'm not going to recognize them by name, but they sent me a very nice gift in the mail, and it actually couldn't have come at a better time. My dad's birthday is on the 11th. My nephew's birthday is on Valentine's Day. And so I took my dad and my nephew out to dinner to a very, very nice restaurant. And the gift that I received in the mail was the tip that I passed on to the waiter. So you know who you are if you're watching, and just know that I used your blessing to bless somebody else. So thank you. And in addition to that, in fact, it was on the same day, I got this from Chicago Bob. And this is actually a really cool project, guys. It is so simple. It's ridiculous. I've got one of my bank has been asking me about, some kind of little project that they can do, that they could present to different people at this, meetings they got coming up. And that is so simple. It's just got a place for sticky notes, your ink pen, and you can put the bank logo, whatever, on there. But it's just 2 pieces of 3mm plywood with 2 slots cut in it and engraving. Now he put a nice note on the back, and but that is a really, really cool project. Thank you, Bob. Thank you for the gift, and thank you for the inspiration. And that's the other thing that I get from you guys, as much as the support, the financial support. I learn every week. I've been doing this now. Father's Day this year will be 2 years that I started with my lasers, and I'm still learning every week. And some of it can be from the comments that you guys leave in the YouTube channel regarding some of the videos, and I appreciate it. In fact, this one here, this is one of the designs I did this week. It's Old Rugged Cross, And you can see there all of the dark wood grain that's actually engraved into the wood. And then I did a dark walnut stain on top of it. And the one thing I'm really terrible about is keeping up with names, and I should get better at calling them out and saying, hey, thank you. But one of the viewers commented is either on YouTube or in Facebook group about how you could save material. And his suggestion was, this is 3 layers. It's this is all 3mm Baltic birch. The 2 back layers have got dark walnut and minwax stain on it. Just rub on and 30 minutes, wipe it clean. But this top layer is actually cut from the center section of the bottom layer. So I did not need to use 3 pieces or any additional waste. As I was cutting this layer out, this offset for this back piece across, before I did that, it started from the inside and goes out. It cut out the letters and all first. And then to make it clean, I did an inward offset of the outermost piece. So it was just a nice clean cut. So it didn't have all of the jagged edges of the letters around the perimeter. So that just looks clean and professional, and got my logo on there. And then a second viewer commented, because I was doing I think it adds character to my projects by making my own keyhole hangers. It shows that it's handmade, or it's not just something stamped out of a factory. And I was doing it in 2 layers so that it was, 1 layer to space it off the back of the board, and then gluing it up to the back. Well, on these projects with this pocket in here, on one of the videos, I actually showed where I fitted that in there so that this would sit in that recess. And then somebody said, hey, you know what? You could leave that second piece off and just bridge the gap, and it's even simpler. So that wasn't my idea. That was another viewer contribution. And he said, and then add this piece at the bottom so that now when you go to hang it on the wall, it's going to hang on there flat against the wall. But that's one project that I finished this week. And last night I went home and was sitting in front of the TV with the laptop. Inspiration struck, and I sat down and finished this probably about 2 a.m, and then came in this morning and cut it out. And I'm really happy with the way this turned out. This one is, I don't know if it's truly, I was looking for St. Patrick's Day inspirations, and I don't know if this is truly a more like a Gaelic cross or not. It's not purely just a Christian cross, but because of the tapers and stuff that's on there. But this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 layers. 5 layers. And it is one of the simplest designs I've done yet. And it is so cool. And you can see the letters, see the thickness of the D. The D is not just glued on the top. It's on every single layer, but it doesn't have an offset to it. So it's just stacked one on top of the other, but it's part of each layer. It's welded into each one of those offsets. And that turned out super, super nice. You could do some painting with it to where you could paint each offset a different color as it comes up. But I'm Hobo with wood. I like wood. I like the way it looks. I like the way I like to see the texture, the grains, and I like using different woods to create different effects. Let's see. But there's the same thing. That was just stained with the Baltic birch. But not all my ideas are good ones. Some of them are failures. This one is an extremely expensive. This is walnut and zebra wood. And It's ugly. It did not turn out well. It did not turn out well at all. It was not enough contrast. The walnut was too dark. The zebra wood, if you see the fish, that's, if you're not familiar with zebra wood, that's zebra wood. Zebra wood is beautiful with a finish on it. But that dark walnut on top of the zebra wood is lost. And so not all of my ideas are good ones. You know, I have some bad ones every once in a while. And every once in a while, I'll screw up. Every day. At least once a day. In fact, one of the crosses I did 316, I think it was. The stand, I'm repositioning it so you could have the stand or the cross in two different locations. Here, the cross is back and it has the engraving by His Grace in there. Well, I opted on to made an optional base. In fact, if you've bought these files, if you go back in and download them again, anytime I make revisions, you'll get the revised version. I've put a second optional base on some of these to where the script is not there and the cross is brought forward. I did that without testing the base. And every time I do something without testing it, it bites me in the butt. And I should know better than do that. But I said, it's just a simple base. And all I'm doing is moving the slots to the center. Can't screw that up. Yeah, you can. Because the slots, I just moved them to the center of the fish. But I didn't think about the overall width of the cross as I moved it forward. And as you can see, the cross sticks out past the other cross. They overlap each other. So when you move this cross forward, it hit the little bitty cross. And somebody contacted me. They found it. And I had to own up to it. First I was like, yeah, now you must have missed it, because I get dozens and dozens of emails with people. This won't work. And it's something as simple as they don't even know where to find their download folder. So I get those all day long. So when I get one that's truly my goof, I wasn't expecting that. And I'll come back. I was at dinner when I got that email. I come home and checked it and found it, and I was like, so I tell you guys, my files are flawless. There are no mistakes in my files. My files are perfect and Lightburn friendly, and they are guaranteed to work. And when you find a problem, let me know. I'll refund your money twice. And this person did not ask me about, I don't even know if they even know I say that or have said that. But I found the problem. I refunded their purchase and created them a coupon for that same amount back. And then I updated the file yet again. So if you have the file and it's got that optional base on it, you might want to go back and download it again with the corrected version. So we're at 103. We've talked about the two crosses. Those are on the page. And because these are actually really simple designs, I think they're only like $3 or $4 on the website. And I'm going to, next week, I'm going to do a video on how I designed this cross. Start to finish, I'll do a recorded video, won't be live, showing how this was put together, how I designed it. And then if you want to do it yourself, you can, or you can just go to the website and get it. And some of my friends and the viewers have asked me, said, man, aren't you teach people how to do all this and they don't go buy your file? And I said, well, but some are like, you know what? I'd just soon buy your file and save my time and energy and not have to go to do it. But, then there are a few who just enjoy it like I do. I like to create, but I'll do a video on how this was done. And it's so simple. That'll be next week. But now let's look at Gravini. Gravini And again, I can't remember who brought it up in the live stream. And before I do that, I just now looked at the comments. I have not been looking at the comments, so I apologize for not acknowledging this. There's been several of you who have done thanks and super thanks, and I'm another new thing. I'm not going to put that in my or in this banner, banners there to support my channel. I'm never going to put that up again. I'm never going to post that again. I'm never going to solicit you guys for your support. And but for those who have done this, the JRB Custom Designs, thank you, Mike. Thank you. Appreciate you. I really appreciate you. And here's the Joe Brannon is greatly appreciated. So I wasn't paying any attention to the comments, and I wasn't not ignoring that. Just looking here. Yeah, Chicago. Yeah, obviously you probably posted that before I talked about it. I got you, and that is an awesome design and great inspiration. So I'm just, if anybody's had any questions, is your Prime thing still good for contributions? Prime? Not. Oh, yes. Yeah. Hobowithwood.com/Amazon. Hobowithwood.com/Amazon. But if you go to my website, hobowithwood.com, and go over to my shop supplies, there you'll see a whole list of all the things that I do like to buy off of Amazon. And any of those that you click on will take you to Amazon. But if you need to go buy you a box of dog biscuits and you want to go to Amazon, if you go to hobowithwood.com/Amazon, that'll take you there, and that helps. That helps me with pennies. Not much, but it helps. And Bob saying, just don't burn yourself out. Well, Bob, this is my job. This is how I earn my living. And the difference between, well, just say I made the right decision. And I enjoy this. If I didn't enjoy it, I wouldn't be doing it. And I don't see getting tired of this anytime soon. In fact, what I'm counting on is getting enough things up and established that as long as the FDA and anybody else doesn't get involved and shut down all these hobbyist lasers, I can see hobowithwood.com actually being my retirement. You know, because even if I get to, or if I'm unable to do much, I can design and get get product up there, and that'll be my retirement. And oh well, I don't normally do this, but first time caller. Well, welcome, Denton. Yeah, I'm going to get to that creating live. We're 25 minutes in. We're going to. In fact, I'm just scrolling past all of these wonderful compliments, and if there's been any questions in there, the way a couple of things, since we do have a couple of first timers here. Anytime you have a question for me, and when I start this Gravini, I'm going to show a few things, and I'll stop and come back and look at comments. If you have a question, do it like you were taught in Spanish class if you took Spanish. I was taught in Spanish class that all questions are preceded by a question mark. And I only ask you to do that so that I'm not having to read every single comment. I can just look for a question mark and then know it's a question, and I can, otherwise it'll take me forever to scan through them to find the questions. So question marks prior to a question. And if you learn something new, put a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and people that see that go, what's that 1 or 2 or 4? That means somebody's just learned something new. And if they learn 2 things, they put a 2 up there. And this is just to help the analytics in YouTube. Okay. I just seen a question mark. It got away from me, but okay. All right. Gravini. In fact, I'm going to switch. This is the Gravini website. Now, if you go to Google and type in Gravini, and that's Gravini. It's gravini.cz, but you don't want to type, you don't want to select the CZ because that's going to be in another foreign language. Because I don't know what, somebody can tell me what CZ is. Is that Czechoslovakia or wherever it's at? I don't know. But if whenever I click on this Gravini Designer version 1.1, it comes up in the English version, and you have your products that you can choose from right here in Gravini. So Gravini, Gravini, right there on the screen. Gravini. And there are a couple of things about this that are, and it may be due to, I don't know why it is the way it is. It could be nothing more than just right brain, left brain. These are engineers that put this up and not graphic people, and just, I don't know. But you've got a cube designer, a box designer, a shelf designer, a chest designer, and a shape designer. Now, tonight, just to keep things moving along, we're going to start and work with the box designer. And there is, if you go to the video section, there are a bunch of YouTube videos that are here on the Gravini website that you can watch, and it'll help you get a handle on what's going on. And I should say that I'm going to show you some things here tonight that's going to go over quite a few things in the box designer. But I started playing with this website without watching those videos, and I missed out on so much. So it'd probably be advantageous, even after you see what I'm doing here, watch those videos, and they're going to show you some things that I'm not going to go over tonight. But this box designer, this is just a plain old generic box. And this is what I like about this. Right now, to make this do what it's doing, I am holding down the left mouse button and then using the trackball to spin it around wherever I want. If I hold down the right mouse button, it'll move it on the screen. So right will hold it or let you drag it around, and left will let you spin it around. And then your scroll button scrolls in and out to zoom in and out on it. Basic controls there. All right. And then you've got down here this option that says X to remove top. So if I spin that over, you can see if I click on that, it removes the top out, and you've just got an open box. We're going to add the top back on there. And for those who are wondering what we're going to design, this is, if you go way back in the beginning of Hobo with Wood, when I was still sitting in my camper, my RV, and designing products, I designed this pet bowl feeder holder in Lightburn, and it took me forever. It took me forever to figure out all the tabs and the alignment. And the reason I've got this piece around here is I actually had some legs that were glued on here that had it sitting up about 10 inches off the ground, so the dog didn't have to bend all the way over to get the food. But where I spent hours figuring this out, we're going to do it in seconds. We're going to do it in seconds. This is a cool tool. All right, Gravini. Switch. Wrong button. There we go. All right. So you're going to need to know a few basic things about your box size that you need. And I've got, there it is. I've got 2 dog bowls that I want to put in here that are 120 millimeters in diameter. So 120 millimeters twice is 240. And the biggest that I can put on my work bed is 2. Well, I take that back. I can go up to 400, but with most of my material, I cut it down to 300 by 300 material. But this, I would make it out of 4.5 inch or 4.5 millimeter plywood. The holes 120, 120, 240, an inch between them, 240 plus 25, 240, 265, and then another inch for a half inch on either side. In fact, we'll just say 280. So I'm going to tell it a width. So I clicked on the width box up there, and I'm going to tell it 280 millimeters and say, okay. And that just, and this is what's cool about this over boxes PY. You see a visual representation in real time. So if I'm going to do 280 wide, that'll give me the 220 millimeter holes there. And then the bowls are measuring about 3 millimeters or 3 inches in height. And I want to have a little buffer there. So we're going to click on height and tell it to be 90 millimeters in height. And then depth. And the depth is across the back. If it's 120 millimeter diameter bowl, and I want to do 100, we'll leave it at 150. That's good. And then you put in your material thickness. I'm going to be working with 4.5 millimeter material. And this file, when we get done, I will save it, and you can go in and download it tonight from hobowithwood.com. And then once you're done and we've got this in Lightburn, you can use the resize slots tool to fit whatever material you're using. Then you have the ability to change your finger width. And I want less fingers. I'm gonna tell it, let's look at a 20 millimeter finger. Let's do 15. I like that better. So you don't have to do any thinking or measuring, or used to I would be like, okay, I have to figure out each one, and I would actually start an array and create it, because I did my fingers so that I tried to keep them to where everything was symmetrical and looked good. Well, I was designing my fingers based on looks. Well, here I can actually see them. I don't have to envision it. I can see it. Didn't mean to show you that yet. Just drag that over. All right. So there is a basic box. So now I'm going to look at the comments here. Question mark. Let's see. All right. Started there. We're going down, looking for questions. Questions. All right. Like a laser tweet. I don't know what that's referring to. Can that be a plug and go? Those are unclear questions to me. I don't know what you're asking me there. I want to help, but I need more information. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm lost. Okay, maybe that wasn't for me. Goes. Then she's okay. Thank you, Chris. I'll shut up now. All right, here we go. I think this is all right. Other than deleting the tool layer, is there another way to have it not affect or show up? All right. I'll answer this, or I'll try to. But right now, when I'm doing these instructional parts and keep the questions limited to what I'm demonstrating, at the end of the demos, if there's any open other questions that I can help you with, like this, I'll be glad to. But Bayou's asking, other than deleting the tool layer, is there any other way to have it not affect or show up even when you turn off the show it for cuts and layers? Oh, I know who you are. You know what? I think your issue is not the tool layers. I think your issue is the fact that my file is possibly saved with absolute coordinates with the home position in the bottom or the front left. And I think you were using that other machine that uses home at the back left, and that can confuse things and can cause all kind of problems, especially if you're not working in absolute coordinates. If you're using another user defined or something, then you and I will talk in length and possibly even can get together one-on-one in Hobo's world at another time, but that's too much to get into here. We're going to go on with other yeah, well, yeah, Mike, we're going to get there. Yeah, I don't say that name. Yeah, I don't say that name. All right. So that's, I don't see any questions regarding this up to this point. Now, here, in fact, I'll come back to my real world project. What I did on my design is I used paw prints, and I've got these paw prints in my art library, and I just created an array with them staggered, offset by half or whatever, and then put a row of paw prints up that side, dog bones on here as handles, and then more paw prints over here. And I'm going to show you what Gravini will do, and then I'll show you how easy it is to do something like that once we get it over into Lightburn. But you may not need to do anything because everything, you can do some really cool stuff in Gravini. All right, so we've got this basic box. And it's how many sides? 6 sides. All right, first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to click on the top. I just left click on the top. And then you get all these different options right here about what you want to do. This is a fill. These are hexagons, grids, brick pattern, across, diamonds, and a hole diameter, or a pocket. And then you've got over here, you've got all these different types of lids and or a roof. If you wanted to make a dollhouse for your granddaughter, you can click on this roof. It's going to put a roof on it for you. That quick, it's done. Yeah. I was like, oh, I didn't mean to do that. We'll come over here. Here's your remove options. We're going to remove the roof. Click on, and it's right click or left click. That's a left click, and that's a right click. Either click, just clicking on the surface will bring up that other menu. There, it put in a whole bunch of hexagons. I don't want that. I'm going to click on it again. So, no, I didn't want that grid either. Click on it again. I wanted to put a hole diameter in there, and it needs to be 127 millimeters. There's a 5-inch hole. Now, I have not seen a way to put 2 holes in there. And actually, I don't want that to be 120. I want it to be 127. I mean 120, not 127. Now, but what I can do once I have imported my SVG, I can just select that single hole, duplicate it, and then space them out on my box evenly, and it's done. But there's my top with a hole, and we're going to put 2 holes in it. But now I'm going to come over here to the side and click on the side. And here's all the things you can do on the right side. You can put grids and bricks and crosses and diamonds, but look, right there's a handhold. I'll put a handhold there. I'll spin over here to this side, left click, put a handhold there. And then I'm going to come over to this side and say, you know what? I'm going to put some designs on there. Let's go with the hexagon. We'll put the hexagon there and spin it around here, put the hexagon there. And that quick, this piece is almost done. Now, if you want to, you can put a bottom on here and put legs on it like I did, or you can just click on the side again and look right there. There's legs. Click legs, and it adds the legs to it on all the way around. And if the legs aren't tall enough, right up here is your leg height. We're going to tell it 25 millimeters. We're going to lift it an inch. And all of that's done for you. Very, very, very fast. But I'm going to remove the legs right here. Sorry, X, remove legs. And I'm going to spin it around to where I can get to the bottom. And I'm going to click on the bottom. Now that I've clicked on the bottom, You've got all of these options you can do to the bottom. If you want to, if you wanted to have it so that you didn't keep any food that might fall into the box you might put a grid in the bottom, or instead of a grid, you might do the cross. That way it's going to be easy to clean up. No food's going to get stuck in there, and it's not going to start stinking. Or you come over here and do this outside rim. How much of a rim do you want? Well, let's put a 25 millimeter rim on it. And let's get rid of that cross and make it a fill. All right, so now it's a solid base with a 25 millimeter rim around it. And now once I get that into Lightburn, if I want to, I can come back in here. Instead of having the legs like they did, where they had the legs all the way around it, I can just create slots on the side of it, and real quick, just make a little arch in my own little legs. Some of you who have elderly dogs, you for their health and eating, it's better for them not having to bend way over to get to their food, and easier for them to eat and swallow. So you get the elevated board or the bowl. So here you can make your own. So I'm gonna look for any questions, and up to this point, lots of numbers. Randy says 12. I'm guessing that's overall, not just tonight. Carl, I thought you've been around long enough to know that is just a trick that I use to help the YouTube analytics. Anytime somebody puts a number up, it's just indicating that they've learned something, and it keeps the chat active. And the YouTube analytics like seeing an active chat, and that's all that's about. Because what I had happening in some of my live streams, people were tuning in, and then they were intent on watching and learning, and everybody just got quiet. Nobody was talking. Nobody was, and I just assume people aren't talking about the weather when I'm trying to show stuff. But this also just lets me know that hey, what I'm doing is helpful. People are actually learning something. Yeah, I've used MakerCase too. I like MakerCase a little bit. I actually got to where I used Boxes PY over MakerCase, but I think I do most of my own now. But when I need to do something fast, you've seen how fast that was. I will be using Gravini for if I just want to, I did this. I think I don't know if I think I did this for my patrons. This was just a very quick tea light that I did with an interlinking infinity heart for Valentine's Day tea light, and I shared that file with my patrons. But that was the very first thing that I did with Gravini, and I hadn't learned what I've learned now, so I missed out on a lot when I was showing that. But if I need to do a quick cube or quick box, and then I'm going to elaborate on it, I'll use this to create, instead of having to do all the math and figure it all out. This is so quick. All right. Yeah, Gravini almost makes it too easy. Yeah, if it is boxes.py, you really, and it is, I honestly believe, and this has got it too. You can tell that engineers kind of put it together and not creators, because this one is much more creator friendly than boxes.py. You have to really think about what they're asking about, and my brain don't work the way their brain does. Let's see. Yeah, well, here's Bob says glue some red tissue paper on the inside. And I'm guessing maybe you were talking about this and not the dog thing. And different people have been doing different things with those. But on the dog box, what I was looking at possibly doing, if you did want to make that solid so that you didn't have to worry about food and debris getting in there, then you could actually come back in on the inside with a just a simple cutout, paint it, and then you'd have a paint filled background in there, and it would be solid again and really give it some character. You wouldn't want to cover up your handholds though. Let's see here. Questions. My brain don't work. Your brain don't work at all. Well, my brain don't work that way, and your brain don't work. We'd probably be a good time out on the town. Let's see here. I'm here, Steve. I watch YouTube on my TV and can't comment, so I logged in on my computer. Well, you know what? That's actually what I do is I watch on my TV and I'll log in on my smartphone so I can comment on the phone. But yeah, computer, phone. So thank you for being here. Appreciate you. And Rick says he uses vellum instead of tissue paper, tougher, and you can get it in different colors. And I've played with a few different things. But let's jump over back in here to Gravini, and I'm going to clean this up just a little bit. Actually, you know what? I think I may leave it like it is, import it into Lightburn, show you what you have to do and how you need to download it, how you're going to import it, get it into Lightburn and ready to work and do more modifications or just send it to your laser. Got a question mark that just popped up and I don't know. Let's see here. This is again long hair miss Y brow. I have a question. Since I bought a few files from you, will the setting you have? No. Guys, never ever depend on anybody else's settings. Ever. And I'm not familiar, and I'm guessing that is a 5.5 watt 2 trees pro. I'm cutting out with a 30 watt. And depending on the material that I was last using when I saved that file, that would be the settings for the material that I was using at that time with the 30 watt. And I may have been working on it with 30 watt or the 10 watt. But you should never trust anybody else's settings. When you get my files, in fact, I want everybody stop writing, stop looking, don't quit playing on Gravini. Look, when you get my cross files, if the black layer is in fill mode, switch it to line mode. All of the cross files are supposed to be done in line mode. And because I'll put my logo on the back of them whenever I'm designing them, I may have been doing this in a black layer and in a fill mode. And then the file got saved and uploaded to my e-commerce. And that's why you might have it in fill mode. You need to set your cuts and layers, settings, speeds, and power. The very last thing you do before you send it to the laser, you make sure they're set for your laser. And the only way you're going to know what your settings are is to have spent so much time with your laser and your material and you've created a library that you just know what yours is going to require. And you can only get that after you test. And then when you're done, you test some more. And then you probably test again. And even though I've been doing this for so long, when I did this file this morning, the very first time I ever cut this out, I'd never done this. I did this. It's a very deep relief engraving on the letters, and it's a reverse relief. It's not going to show up real good on camera, but that is a very, very deep engraved with the Celtic knots really high. In order for me to know what that was going to do or what settings I was going to need, I test and then I figured out where I needed to be, and then I cut them out. there is no shortcut. You can get libraries from people, and some people will claim, "Oh, my library is the holy grail," and it's not. Libraries are a starting point, a jumping off point, but the only way to know what's going to work for you and your laser is to test. So enough about that. Yep, John says, test. And Rick said, yeah, I finally figured that out. Put everything in line mode. If you agreed, I even have to run my own test on some of the material libraries that have been made by others. Yeah. It's, and that can be a whole nother tangent. Is there any way to the fonts with your files? Seems like you keep adding and changing fonts. Well, like this one, you probably aren't going to have this font, but I'm 90% sure that I did enough editing to these fonts. And what I try to do now, because this situation comes up, whenever it's a fixed piece and they don't need to be moved or changed, I will convert the font from a font to a path. That way, Lightburn doesn't recognize it as a font. And for folks who open this file, it shouldn't be a problem because it doesn't look at it as a letter. It sees it as a path. But I use Dafont, D-A-F-O-N-T, Dafont. And it's a great source for a lot of free files. This one was a perfect. I got that one last night while I was designing, and it was the perfect font for this. But I try to think of that, but there's so many things that I'd have to try and keep up with. And that's something I just try. And just seeing this in capital letters, I don't have brain fog. I have senior moments. And that's, I have brain fog and senior moments. And sometimes I just don't remember to do all those things. And my files, when you open my files, when you download my files from hobowithwood.com, they're available in 4 formats: Lightburn, SVG, AI, and DXF. And someone commented yesterday or day before in YouTube about they know of so many people in their group that are actually using my patterns for scroll saws. So I guess that's either they're using the AI or the DXF or something actually, and using it for patterns for scroll saws for different things. But if I understand correctly, the way Lightburn works, somebody, Chris, you might know this, and you might be able to tell me I'm wrong if I'm wrong. But I think the way Lightburn works, if you go to open a file that you get from me and it says, hey, we don't recognize this font and it's unsupported or whatever, don't load the Lightburn file. Load the SVG. Import the SVG from the zip file into Lightburn, because I think when Lightburn imports the SVG, it converts everything to a path. I think. I'm counting on you, Chris, to tell me a thumbs up I'm right on that, or am I wrong? I think that's how it works. So if you have an unsupported font, don't load the Lightburn file, load the SVG, and it should turn everything to a path, and it's a non-issue. And yep, it's a squirrel. It's a squirrel. It's a squirrel. Paths are also great for editing fonts. Thank you, Jason. Hello, Craig. Yeah, well, Craig's just getting here. We're going to start over now. Yeah, Chris, I think Chris is telling me yes. Yeah, and Terry says yes, that's right. So anytime you have an unsupported font from me in my files, import the SVG. All right. And that's what we're going to do right now. So if you've never imported an SVG, you're getting ready to learn how to. Okay? All right. So let's get back over to Gravini. All right. So I've got this basic file. Now, I want to bring this into Lightburn. And over here, you have 3 different options. They let you download it as a DXF, an SVG, or an STL. We're going to go with the SVG. And I'm just going to simply click on that, and it's going to right there pop up my downloads, and it's telling me right here that it's downloaded this file. It's already complete. It's done. It's done it. It downloaded as fast as it created it. And this is in my download folder, and it is a zip file. If I click on this, and this is one of the biggest questions I get from so many people buying from my website, is they'll buy from my website and they're like, I don't see my download. Well, go to your download folder. What? Your download folder? Where's that? I don't know. It's your computer. But this is in my download folder, and I can click on it right there, and it opened up on the other screen. I'll drag it over here, and there is the file. Now, it initially is downloaded. If I go to downloads, it's right here, and it's in a zip folder. When I click on that, it opens up, and it shows me that SVG. Now, what I'll do, if you, that's a long name, but if you look at it, it's actually just the date and the time. It's a box base in 2024 on February, I guess wherever they're at, it's February 18th. But there's the time. So box base 2024 on February 18th. But I need to get that to out of that zip folder and a location that I can import it from into Lightburn. So what I do is I will minimize Gravini, minimize Lightburn, and now I've got just my download folder there. I'm going to take that SVG and just drag it over here to my desktop and just drop it right there on my desktop. Now it looks like it's gone because it's over here on this other screen that you can't see, but I know it's basic box 2024 something another, getting you in the way here, box base. So if I come back into Lightburn and I go to import and go to my desktop and I just start typing box, there's all the different box bases that I've been playing with. Now I'm going to look for it, and they should be in order. In this case, the lowest one is the most recent one. There's the one I just did. So I'm going to click on that and tell it to open. And there's the box ready to go. Now, if I wanted to have, and I don't know if I did this right or not, in fact, I don't even really know if I need a 5-inch hole, but right now that's all grouped together. So I'm going to ungroup it. And then that's grouped, so I need to ungroup that. And then if I take that hole and move it over, and then Control D to duplicate that one. And I probably didn't make that big enough, but I'll group those together and then center them over that box. So now I've got 2 holes there and ready to go. And now I've got a place for the dog food and a place for the water. And you got all those honeycombs in there, the 2 handholds. But if you didn't want the honeycombs in there, all you got to do, in fact, they even label them for you down here. Rear is very, very small. And you look over here, you'll have 2 layers, the blue and red layer. And if you need those labels, you probably shouldn't be playing with lasers. If you can't look at that and tell what's what, yeah. So I'm going to select all the blue layer and just delete it. Delete it. All right. These two side pieces are identical. I'm going to say Control D, duplicate that, bring it down here, and use my less than key to rotate it counterclockwise, ungroup it all, and then select all the hexagons and hit the delete button and got rid of them. And then I'm going to go into my art library and go to my pets. In fact, this was my pet feeder artwork. I'm going to bring in the single paw. I've got an array over here, but I'm going to do just the single paw print so we can go over the array design. So if I we'll come here and position it about there and then select the array tool, move that over to where I can see it all. And how many columns? I want two columns. And we're going to decrease our Y spacing, or X spacing rather, bring it closer together. And we're going to do 2 rows. And we're going to reverse the direction, or actually it was already turned on, so I'm going to turn it off. So it goes back up. There you go. And I got the shift by half turned on, so that looks pretty good. I'm going to increase my X spacing, a little more gap between the paw prints. And now I will increase my columns. And there I've got a bunch of paw prints. And now this is new in the array tool for version 1.5. And I don't know who it was that suggested, it was me, that they put these in at Lightburn Expo. But now you can turn these options on, select the results, and group the results. So when you say OK, you've selected your array. So now all you got to do is select your outer piece and tell it to center that up. And now that's centered. And if you want one for the other side to look just like it, just say Control D, duplicate it. And now you've got the 2 sides with the paw prints instead of the hexagon. If you wanted to add the feet on it, you could do that here now, or what have you. So that simple, that quick. And you got this imported in from Gravini. You download it, save it to your desktop, the SVG to your desktop, and then use your import option up here, which is the 4th button, import from your desktop, and bring it in, and it's ready to edit and or just simply send to the printer. So any questions on that? Let's see. Yeah. I think you can pretty much give up on that other laser being given away. I don't think it's ever going to happen. Yeah, Ed says he loads the SVG and it brings in your fonts. It brings in the past, but I don't think they're recognized as fonts. I think they're, because if you tried to edit them, you won't be able to edit the fonts, because if you don't have that font, you can't edit it. And because it's not a font, it's just a path, you can select it and delete it, but I don't think you couldn't change free to fried. You couldn't edit it other than delete it, because I think it's a path and not a font, I think. Yeah, if you open the design on a computer without the font, Lightburn will warn you about the missing font and load the path embedded in the file so your file won't break. Okay, so Lightburn will still, even if you load the Lightburn file, it'll bring it in, but it automatically converts it to a path. And I think the SVG does the same thing. But now if you just, according to JRB, even opening the Lightburn file, it's going to be a path and not a font. Yeah. Good luck with that. I was supposed to give away 3 of them, and then it was going to be 2, and then that just I think it's unrealistic. Looking for question marks. Question marks. Yeah, wow. I don't know what. Okay, I wish I could. Instead of discussing all this here, while this okay, yeah. And thank you for the donation. Thank you. Not asking for them ever again. They are greatly appreciated, but I'll never solicit another donation. Okay. So, all right. And just for giggles, is anybody interested in this pet feeder? If I'm like I said, I'm happy to download it, save it, and put it out there for you to download for free. But you've seen how easy that is to do. And then if you've got your own bowls, you're gonna have to put your own holes and stuff in there too. If but I'm like I said, I'm happy to download this, put it on the website, and you can download it for free. Or we're going to jump over into Lightburn and start on the. This one is going to be a St. Patrick's Day design wall art. Question mark. I hate to bring it up, but we need moonshine. We need moonshine. Well, that's another episode. And what is today? Today's the 17th. That'll be this month. It'll be this month. Have you ever used an IKEA? Yeah, no, I have not. And I learned my lesson the hard way with my first laser, and that I think the only thing that would ever come close to replacing that is going to be whatever he comes out with next. The Rolly is it's not a Cadillac. It is the Lamborghini of desktop diodes. That's got the 10/30 watt, and that's something that's cool. Is in order to get that really super fine detailed, really deep relief, I did that with the 10 watt. Just flipped it over and did the 10 watt instead of the 30. Yeah, I see folks who struggle and complain about all of these cheaper lasers that are out there. And really, when you look at the total cost you spend by the time you buy everything, your air assist, your honeycombs, your enclosures, and all that, this is the way to go. And this banner I will continue to share with folks. I will not be soliciting for donations as far as donating to the feed. Patrons are greatly appreciated, and patrons are what make this channel possible. But if you need a better laser, the Rolly MK2 is hands down the best thing I've seen. And I've got a Creality sitting here. I've got an Algo sitting over there. Now I liked my Comgrow. I really liked my Comgrow a lot. That was a laser that never gave me a minute's trouble. Now it's missing a lot of stuff. It's missing a lot of features. But the Comgrow Z1 was a tank. It never gave me a minute's trouble. But I've been blessed with a whole bunch of options, but nothing compares to that. Absolutely nothing. And I've got a CO2 over there that I never turn on unless I'm going to be doing acrylic work. And people talk about the size limitations. Well, this was done on a bed that size, and I'm not hampered or missing out on anything with this enclosure size. I really don't. All right, let's see. Chris says, put it on the website, free files, draw traffic. Yep. I've got a ton of free files on the website, folks. If you've never been to hobowithwood.com, there's a bunch of free stuff on there, a whole bunch of free stuff on there. In fact, I'll do that now and put this on there. Question mark, your file is for 4.5 millimeter. Mine is 3 millimeter. Do you have to change anything in Lightburn? In fact, Squirrel, we may or may not get to that second design. I'll show you that real quick. We'll go over here to Lightburn, automatic. We'll get rid. Actually, you know what? I'll leave those on there, the paw prints, because you may or may not have a paw print option, and I'll leave those part of as an optional side piece. But I'll leave those like it is. But these pieces, and this is going to be true for most of all of your designs you get from some of your box generators. If I select that right there, that's all grouped together. I've already ungrouped that one and regrouped it. That's all grouped together. When you use the resize slots tool in Lightburn, which if you go to your tools menu, resize slots in selection, that will only work when you if you've ungrouped everything, or let's see here, because right now you see I've got these two pieces selected, and let's put in here the 4.5 millimeter and a tab height and a slot width and a slot depth. It's not recognizing anything because it's in a group. So, and even if I just did the one and tried to go here to resize slots and selection, it's not going to recognize anything at all because it's got group shapes. So when you open that resize slots tool, you should look here first, because this is where any warnings are going up here. If you have any open shapes, if you have any grouped shapes, if you have shapes that are not, it's going to tell you that this is a problem and it ain't going to work. So you look here first. And here it's telling you it won't work with the group problem. They added this apply button to this tool for 1.5, and I wished I knew who come up with that. Oh yeah, that was me. It would be nice if they had a button right here that allowed you to ungroup. But now what you have to do is cancel, go back, ungroup, then go back to tools, then go back down to your slots. And now you can see it's looking for slot depth and it's looking for tab height. Now, this is a problem with every single box generator that I have looked at. Boxes.py, the maker case, this one. The box generators do not have the ability to tell Lightburn what's a slot and what's a tab. And Lightburn doesn't have a way of knowing what's a slot and what's a tab. So if it can be either in the way that it's created in the design, Lightburn will interpret it as either. And if you're not careful, you will screw up your design when you go to resize slots and tabs, because if you have a piece like we're getting ready to show you that has slots and tabs on the exact same piece, if you try to resize the slots and this over here is a tab, when you make this one larger, you make this one larger, now you've just screwed up the whole thing. So I'm going to show you now what to look for and how to prevent that from happening. And guys, we're not going to get to the St. Patty's Day. And I was already prepared. I've got me green piece and squirrel and another. She's going to talk to you about how I did the painting and the south. But this Gravini is a cool tool, and there's a lot to it and how you works with Lightburn. So we're probably not going to get there. But let's look at what you got to look for, be aware of, and I'm going to show you how to fix the files so Lightburn doesn't screw it up. And I asked Jason at Lightburn about the ability to do this, and he actually kind of alluded to the fact that way back in the day, Lightburn actually did do this, but more people complained about it, and they cleaned it up and took away this feature, and I guess not enough people, because the resize slots and tools or slots and tabs tool is a fairly new thing for Lightburn. It is only out just in the past year, maybe, or 6 months. So this feature was not something that a lot of people were doing. So having the ability of what I'm going to show you was not an issue before, because you didn't need it, because it didn't exist. And now we do, and now we need it, and now they don't have it. So let's go back into Lightburn. So this is what I was talking about here. If you look here, these 4 up here are tabs. These stick above the corner. So they're proud above the corner. And anything that sticks above the corner is a tab. This side over here, these are recessed behind the corner. This is not a tab, but Lightburn is recognizing it as a tab because it's showing, if you look here, that's showing you the arrow that it's wanting to move that up and out. And we don't want that to move up and out, because if you move that out, you're going to try and put your side pieces in here, and this is going to be sticking out proud, and it's not going to go in far enough because your slots are not deep enough to receive the thickness of the material, or it's going to be too deep depending on what you needed to do. So what Lightburn looks for to determine a slot from a tab. Now watch, right now we got on tab height. Now if I change this to slot depth, now it's recognizing these up here as slots, and these are not slots. Remember, these were tabs. Now it's recognizing these slots. Well, this is one piece, and I cannot tell it only do these 3 and not these. So you have to fix the design so that it recognizes what they are. So I'm going to hit cancel. And these 2 pieces are identical. So I'm going to select this one and delete it, because I'm going to have to modify this one. And once I modify it, I'll duplicate it, and I'll have 2 modified versions ready to go. Now, this is ungrouped. And if I go to my node editor, if I just hover over nodes, it's going to show you all the shortcuts for what the node tools are. But with that sitting there, with the cursor hovering over the node tool, if I hit F1 and it's popping up on the wrong screen, bring it over here. By hovering over it and hitting F1, it's going to open up the Lightburn documentation right to the node editing tool. So it's going to give you all the shortcuts and all the instructions for that tool. And I'm going to close that. And that's true for any of these tools. If I hover over a tool, and then hit F1, is that going? And again, it's going to the wrong screen. I wished I had changed that. But if whenever you hover over something and hit F1, it will take you to the Lightburn documentation. Everything's showing up on the wrong side of the screen. But here, we need to fix these nodes. We need to fix these so that these are tabs and these are not slots. And the only thing that Lightburn looks for to recognize a slot, take you off there, Richard, and I'm going to take that banner off of there. What Lightburn looks for is 4 nodes that are equally spaced and of the same height and distance. So those 4 nodes right there, if those are the only thing that Lightburn can see, is, hey, that's a tab. Then it looks over here. There's 4 nodes. Hey, that's a slot. That's tab. That's a slot. That's tab. Well, obviously it's not, and it can't be. So in order to make that work, we have to trick Lightburn. And we do that by just simply adding a node in there anywhere to break that up. When I say it can be anywhere, it can't be on this side over here. If I put a node in over here, then that's going to change this to 5 nodes, and it changes this to 5 nodes. So you can't put it on the side. So I'm going to delete that. It has to be in the middle where you want to break it up. I want this to be a tab. So those 4 have got to stay there. These 4 are not a slot. So I've got to put a node in here. And you can do that by hitting the letter M for middle, and it'll put a node right in the middle there. Or you can put it anywhere by hitting the letter I, and it's going to put a node in wherever you're at. And that position there will work just like that one will, because now that's 5 nodes. That's 5 nodes. Lightburn looks at it and says, okay, that's not a slot anymore. But because of my OCD, I don't like that there. I'm going to delete it, and I'm going to put it in the middle. And then I got to do the same thing down here, here, and here. Now over here, you remember you want to, I didn't mean to move that, undo. You want to be able to start at your corner and come down, and anything that's on that plane from that corner to that corner does not move. Anything that was on the plane from that corner to that corner does not move. That's why the nodes got put in there. And that's how you distinguish, well, which one's which? What's a slot? What's a tab? So if this doesn't need to move, then I need to put a node here and here. And now that, if I go back into the tools and resize slots and selection, I've got my 4.5 millimeter wood in there. I've got a new material thickness, and I've got slot depth option pick turned on. Well, there it is. It only recognizes those slots, and it's going to make it bigger. And now when I go to tab height, it only recognizes those tabs. It's going to make those bigger, and it's not going to mess up your design. So now I'm going to go back over here to comments, because I've been talking a long time. Oh. And a few of you said, yes, I will put this up there, and you've seen how you can download this and use it as you want, or you can go to Gravini and you're going to be able to create your own to your own specifications. Denton Cove, yes, it's great. Is there a fee for Gravini? Yeah. Anytime you need to use Gravini, you have to go to paypal.me/Hobo Laser and send me $20, and you can use it. It's totally free. Totally free. And it's crazy, its ability, and that doesn't cost you anything. You don't even have to sign up. I don't think I signed up. You don't have to register or anything. It's just there. You just go and use it. Questions. Same question. Yep. Same answer. Send me $20. And I think that might have been what I was started at. Yes. That's how, yeah. In fact, that was Richard. That's, Craig says, proud to be on Patreon. What is your method for organizing all these files? I just keep it all right here. So libraries, and I've got folders. For mine, I've got e-commerce folders for what I put on the website, but just like you have to create your computer, it's like a filing cabinet. Create folders for what you want to do. It's like, okay, well, I've got a folder for Lightburn jobs, and then inside that folder is another folder for Amazing Grace Cross. And then I got another folder for Amazing Grace Cross stand, another one for John 3:16, another one. But they're all in Lightburn jobs, which are all in Lightburn, they're all subfolders within the folder of the. But it's really the most important thing is you have to be able to go, okay, this makes sense to me, and this is how I want to organize it. But I just organize it with folders within folders within folders. Do you prefer the 1030 over the 1020? Short answer, I do. Short answer is yes, I like the 30. Long answer, if the 30 wasn't available and I only could have the 20, the difference is only the cutting power, honestly. Because if I'm doing the fine engraving, I'm switching to the 10 watt, regardless if it's the 1020 or the 1030. But the difference between my cutting with the 30 watt, and this is going to vary for you and your material, but for me, in my geographic location, the material I'm using, and the atmospheric conditions I'm in, I was able to go from cutting at 380 millimeters a minute to 420 millimeters a minute, or maybe even a little faster, depending on, am I trying to make sure there's absolutely no hangers and it's a perfect drop and this and that? Because I have cut it as fast as 500 millimeters a minute on 3 millimeter material. But there is a big difference in the spot size. It changes your kerf. And on a diode laser, your laser is not round. Your laser is rectangular. So when you're cutting on the Y, it's a really, really wide cut. And then when you cut on the X, then it's a narrow cut. And so where I had a lot of things really dialed in with the 20 watt, they're not quite as tight now because it's a larger spot size when I'm cutting. But I'm working on that too. And I sent Leo a suggestion, and he was like, ding, man, that's a cool idea. And he said he was going to start telling people to do this. And I mentioned it in one of the other streams. Cut on a diagonal. Cut all of your straight lines on a diagonal. And it's no longer going to be moving just on a Y and an X. So if it's a box, when I'm cutting, and a squirrel, whenever I'm cutting this cube out, if I've got that laying on my laser bed and it's got to go straight across and then straight down, well, then that rectangle is moving narrow and then really, really wide. But if I rotate that on both the design and then I rotate my material too, simply the only reason I rotate the material is because if everything's laid out in a way so I maximize my wood, then the wood needs to be rotated as well. So it's sitting on my bed at a 45-degree angle. But now this is on the bed like this, so the laser is not able to cut a straight line now, and they're all 45s. So as that laser is moving, that rectangle is moving, it's now moving like this, and then when it starts going the other direction, going down, the kerf is the same size kerf, regardless which way you're cutting. It's uniform, and I can set my kerf offset and have a perfect dry fit by doing that. And I suggested to Leo, I said, hey, is there a way that you could do that with the laser module, either internally or mounting the laser at a 45 on the gantry? And he's like, no, well, he said, that's a genius light bulb of a moment of an idea. And he said, I'm going to tell people to do that when they're complaining about what I'm just talking about. But it was too many other problems that would happen physically when doing that. But back to your question, if I could only get to 20, I get to 20. Because that's the only difference is the speed in cutting. Squirrel. All right, so 140, if you're still with me, still there. Thank you. Yeah, and Dale, mine was too. My first piece of cost me more than what this cost. By the time you add all the stuff to it, because this is all inclusive. Uh, well, John, I really, I'm, I am. If you want to become a patron on Patreon.com, that is the best deal going this month. I don't even know, or this year. I must have probably already added half a dozen or more file. I'm doing 2 a week, trying to do something new and different all the time. Gold patrons are $20 a month, and they get all the files for free. That is a no-brainer of a deal. So if you enjoy making stuff with your laser and you like really cool projects like those crosses and other things, go over to hobowithwood.com, take a look at all those things. And there's stuff on there as elaborate as that and as simple as earrings. Consider becoming a patron on patreon.com/hobowithwood. And that's, and that's probably what I need to change the banner to instead of the PayPals and the Zales and all that. Just go to Patreon and consider, at least a bronze. Bronze, you're going to save 60%. Silver saves 80%. Gold is 100% free. And I saw or mentioned a rumor that Leo is releasing a wider version, a bigger bed size or something. I don't know what you're referring to there. I've seen and heard a lot of rumors about some really nice stuff, but I don't know what. Carl says, "Send me your CO2." I was blown away once I used Lightburn. X-Tool Creative Space will not cut through 3mm birch in one pass at 100% and 4mm a second, but Lightburn will without issue. Well, that's going to be in your, and this Creative Space is maybe suggesting a different speeds and powers, and because your laser is what's going to make the difference. I wouldn't think that XCS would actually throttle the laser and make it unable to cut, but maybe they might have other suggestions. Maybe they're suggesting different settings that are not this, and they're doing it for other reasons. I don't talk about them. Don't talk about them. They left a bad taste in my mouth. Bad. They do a lot of things I don't agree with. Looking for any questions? I just thank you. Didn't ask for it, but thank you, and not expected. Not, thank you. It wouldn't be me without squirrels. Oh my goodness. The rats strike again. Yes, buddy. Yeah, no, we're an hour and a half in. We're 90 minutes in. Yeah, we're 90 minutes in, and 140 of y'all still here. I've gone 3 hours before, and people are still hanging out and watching. You know what I'll do? I will. I'm gonna scroll through here, get to the bottom of these comments and their questions, save this file, put it over there on hobowithwood.com so you can go download it if you want to. But before I do that, I will go in real quick and modify all those nodes so that Lightburn only recognizes a tab as a tab and a slot as a slot. So you won't have to do that. If you go to Gravini and create your own box, you're going to need to do this because if you go and you create a simple box and then you make a really elaborate design with it, it's got paw prints and kitty this and kitty that, or doggy this or doggy that, you make them so you can personalize them and all these things. But you're going to have this really neat design, but maybe you're going to make it out of 3mm this time because it's really just for a little kitty cat and it only needs to be a little small. It doesn't need to be big sturdy. But next time you're going to make it, you're going to be making it out of, the 4.5mm big plywood because it's, a bigger dog or something. It would be nice to have the ability to use the resize slots and tools and just blow up your existing design and resize it to fit your material versus going back into Gravini and creating a whole new file that doesn't have all your elaborate design work done to it. So you need to, and I'll do this on screen I'm going to do it really quick. I won't be, you can observe it, but I'm not going to, take the time to explain every little step. Then I'll save this file. And if y'all want to hang around and you want to do a quick St. Patty's Day design, okay. But I'll leave that up to y'all. Stacy just got scared. Water cooler kicked in, and it's too quiet in your house if a water cooler spooked you. So the numbers that on here on my screen is just a way that people let me know they learned something. And if they learn 2 somethings, they put a 2. For example, here, Terry from New Zealand put in a 6. He's learned 6 things tonight in this stream. And it's just a way that we keep the chat in the stream going, and it helps with the analytics of YouTube. And I thank you for being here, and thank you for joining. I've answered that once or twice tonight, but I'll answer it again if somebody else asks again, because that just means, it's a new viewer, and I'm, everybody's heard it. But if you're a first-time viewer, you don't know. And it's just something for the analytics. Zoom makes it close enough, never have to leave your house. Zoom makes it close enough, never have to leave your house. I don't know. I don't know where that's at. I don't know. Yep. Well, hello, running late. Well, you know what? Even though you're running late, these people may be keeping me here. We may be going. I wasn't planning on doing another 3 hours. I was going to try and shoot for 90, but I was optimistic we may just keep going and do another. But I want to get this up, and folks said that yes, they would like to have this pet feeder on the website, and I'm going to do that. And we'll get in these comments. So, so it looks for 4 consecutive right angle corners. No, it looks for 4 nodes. Because you can have 4 right angles, but have 12 nodes in there, and it ain't gonna see it. So it's not about the angles; it's about the 4 nodes and the placement of the nodes. They have to be symmetrical. So they are right angles, yes, but it's about the placement of the 4 nodes, creating those angles, and only being 4 nodes. Yeah, sometimes my details can go too deep and off on a tangent, but I go where this leads me, and sometimes that's scary. Thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, it has its limitations, but they all of them I've seen have them, like boxes.py with their stupid loops and all kinds of stuff that they do, and uh, they 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 don't create right angles. They create radii on those tabs, and that makes it very problematic when you want to use the resize slots and shapes tool, because those radii, all of the different radii along all those tabs, Lightburn no longer sees that as tabs because it's got too many nodes in there. So they all have problems. This one is my new favorite. Uh, ba, ba, ba. And I'm guessing they're gone by now. Can't keep awake any longer. 3 in the morning in the UK, and that's why I'm doing the 3 a or the 3 a. I'm doing the 3 p.m. next week. So for Mia, when she tunes in, it'll be 8 o'clock her time, and she'll be able to watch the live until 9:30 or 10, and not be up till 3 in the morning. So I'm going to be trying to accommodate viewers everywhere with those two different time slots: 9 tonight, 3 next week, followed by 9 the next week, followed by 3 the next week. I guess I missed it, but what is Gravini? It's Gravini, and it's the new. You'll have to go back and watch the replay of this. It's someone mentioned it, a viewer mentioned it here in the live stream the last week, and it is a box generator, and it is extremely Lightburn friendly, more so than the other box generators I've seen. And it has some really cool features in it, but you'll just have to go back and watch the replay, because I ain't going to go back and start over now. We'd be here all night. I know that Gravini is new to you and appreciate that you are willing to learn a new tool, then share it with us. Others are stuck thinking that their way is the only way. Yeah, and I say it all the time. There ain't one way to do something. There is not one way, especially, and that we're not, the Gravini works well with Lightburn, and there's only a few things that we'll have to do to make this thing truly Lightburn friendly. But there's not just one way to do things, and nobody's way is the right way or the only way. If and it goes back to the right brain, left brain. Creative people process things one way, analytic people process a different way, and they're both going to get to the same place. They might can both do it the same way, but this is going to struggle to do it the way this did it. And if you can both figure out what works for you, and that's what I do, and that's why I say I'm learning every week, and I'm sharing what I learn, and what I learn may not be the best way, but it's the way I figured it out. And I'm there's your answer. Roly, 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 roly. I don't know. Uh, I don't remember, Ron. But it was. I'm actually probably going to do a video, because I made this with the Gravini, and this is this. And the one thing that I learned in the Gravini that doesn't seem to work in Lightburn is they have the option to add kerf in Gravini, but I couldn't get it to do anything. Whenever I added the kerf in Gravini and imported the file, it didn't work. I never got the result that I was looking for. So I do not add any kerf in Gravini, and I add my kerf in Lightburn. And this file was cut out with 0 kerf, and this box has been assembled a half a dozen times. These boxes were put together once, and there is no glue on these boxes. These are all just snapped together, and the kerf is that tight on them. There's no glue on any of these boxes. And I was able to get my kerf that perfect by dialing and really getting to know my laser, and by cutting it all out on an angle and making that rectangular spot size work for me instead of against me. And I may have to do a separate video just on that. And yes, yeah. Carl, I don't work with much thicker than the 3mm Baltic birch, or actually I take anything over 4.5mm that I buy from the box store at Lowe's. I use their birch and their oak and the 4.5 to 5mm plywood. And I can still do that in a single pass with the Rolly. I've never understood folks that are like, well, let's just see how thick we can cut. Well, you don't cut cleanly through an inch of material. The laser, the reason you have a focal gauge on your laser, and we're talking about material that has that variation anywhere from here to here, and they're wanting you to drop it down a millimeter or so on each one of those steps. Well, if you're going to go and try and cut out an inch of material up here, well, then that laser should be dropped down, half a dozen times like you're suggesting. Well, that's inefficient. Takes too long. It's going to be, you're never going to be absolutely. And the reason that they make you do that is your laser is hourglass shaped. If I don't know, you can't. It comes down, but right there is your perfect focal point, and then as it goes up, it gets wider again. It's coming down and tapers and finds your perfect focal point, and then it starts getting wider again. So when you're trying to cut through that really extremely wide wood, even if you drop your focal point way down to close to the surface of the material, your laser, by the time it goes through there, the beam is getting really wide at the bottom. So it's not going to be a flat, even cut. And if I need to cut something that's an inch thick, I'm not doing it with the laser. I'm going to get my skill saw out or my table saw out. That's not what lasers are for. And at least not these desktop hobby lasers. You need to cut through some big, heavy duty stuff. Then that's when you got these 80, 120 watt, big boy lasers. These are hobby lasers, and hobby wood is not in inches thick. It's millimeters thick. And did inlays the other day at 45, and it works great. And that's Francis is talking about. I mentioned this in the live stream last week, was it? That by rotating and cutting your material out on that 45, you get a more uniform cut instead of that wide and narrow. So when you're doing inlays, the idea of doing the inlays, you don't want to have that big gap between your two materials. So by rotating and cutting at a 45-degree angle, then you are making your spot size even smaller. Your kerf is getting smaller. Your gap is getting tighter, and your inlays look much better. This is a long one. I'm going to have to read it. I'm going to show age now, but quote is applicable. I will turn your face to alabaster when your servant is your master. Some people are jealous. Steve has now surpassed certain. Well, I'm just going to rise above it. I'm just going to rise above it. I'm working on a website and was wondering what's best for e-commerce. I do everything with WordPress, everything, whatever WordPress. And I don't know what I'm doing, Bob. I have no idea what I'm doing. But whatever WooCommerce is the e-commerce of WordPress. The WooCommerce is the plugin that I use on my WordPress website. And I think I'm doing my taxes for the first time right now. I think it's actually, they do really good stuff as far as collecting all the taxes, paying all the taxes. And I'm not even, because so far my accountant's like, yeah, I don't see any red flags. Everything looks good here. John's asking about, I'm guessing, the overall footprint. In rough numbers. That's about 25 by, and I'm going a little bit large, about 25 by 23. So it's not quite square. And without the extensions on it, just under a foot tall. But these extensions I got from Patrick at lightsource.pro. Lightsource.pro. He 3D prints these feet, and they're really handy when you're going to use your rotary and have to take the bottom out and need to do big things. Or I like it just because it gets it up off my table and I got a place to store my rotary and other junk. Yeah, no, I'm not a moon pie guy, Jim. If you noticed, I'm not a marshmallow eating guy. I like Rice Krispie treats, but that's about the only way I like marshmallows. And it's all about the money. These are locally made here in my hometown, and they are available at the Dollar Tree for $1.25 a piece for a 2-liter. And you go to the grocery store, and these are $4, $3.59 to $4. Dollar Tree, $1.25. It's all about the money. All right, guys. Squirrel food. Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Mark. Question mark. The Zoom comment was in reference to St. Patty's Day bunch with Hobo. Oh, Irish coffee and biscuits. I'm being bad. You guys, I'm not going to do that. There was a time pre-strokes, I would have gotten in the gutter and handled things differently. And I might would have went live tomorrow with the St. Patty's Day design. That was a different Hobo. I'm not doing that. I'm not going to do that. I'll stay here all night with you and do it. I'm not going to do that. There was a time I would have. There's always been 3 bottles. This one, though, I had You can see it's somewhat evaporated, and it's not from consumption. This is grain alcohol. And this one is 101 proof. And if you ever had Everclear or any grain alcohol, you know, there's not much point to it in and of itself by itself. So the reason that is depleted is this is apple pie flavor and blackberry flavor. I'm making my own pineapple flavor. So, and that's why I say in another week or so, it'll be ready to bring it out, because it'll be ready for popping the top on my pineapple flavor. And the whole reason these are here is, and I posted the finished product on Hobo with Wood group this week. I shipped my first batch of flask. I did some custom engraved leather flask for none other than John Schneider. This is John Schneider, Bo Duke, hence the 01 Nation. This is his personal moonshine, or his endorsed moonshine, available at johnschneiderstudios.com. And I seen it and I said, you know what, John, you need a flask, because this is cute, but it don't travel well. And so I said, and I come up with, and everybody does the laser engraved black metal stainless steel flask, because it's easy to do remove the black coloring from the stainless steel or mark the stainless steel. But you do not want to put any high proof liquor in stainless steel, and you really don't want to put any quality liquor in stainless steel, because it will ruin the flavor of the product. So I found some really nice glass flasks that have leather pouches and engraved them with the logo on it, and he's going to be selling those in his store. And hopefully all of that's going to be unveiled and come to pass before the end of the month. And we got y'all keep me here. I'm looking for getting West Penn hardwoods. West Penn hardwoods, and I'll show you that. And then I got to get on down the road with this, or we'll be here all night. West Penn, and somebody I ain't seen in here tonight is Jack in the shop. He's a local redneck, and he goes to West Penn hardwoods. And come over here. Let's see. Actually, go back and switch. So this is inside their warehouse, and you can see everything's organized alphabetically. And these are all these exotic hardwoods, olive woods and pink ivory and purple heart, and I don't even know what that is. But they've got turning stock. They got thin dimensional lumber. If you're into the turning and wood lay and all that, they've got everything you can imagine. Here's all the different species they got. And if you go to products and then go to projects, let's see, product, thin dimensional lumber right here. Then they've got these project packs, where project packs are 10 square feet of one thickness, ranging anywhere from 3 to 10 inches wide and 18 to 46 inches long in length, in a variety of species. They include free shipping, and you get 15% discount if you get two of the same And when it says the variety of species, a project pack would be all the same species, but they have a bunch of different project packs available. And that's where I get all of my hardwoods for my inlays. And I don't use veneers. I'll get, this 1 millimeter or, material cut out a deep pocket and put in a 1 millimeter, inlay and sand it smooth and get a really nice piece. And it's not as fragile as trying to work with veneers. They have veneers, but I don't work with them. And Carl is referring to, used to what I tell people to help me out, just go down to Super Things and buy me a biscuit. I got, if I open that window, I'm looking in Bojangles parking lot. There's Bojangles cup. Here's a Bojangles cup. And these are from this morning and yesterday. So yeah, it's too convenient. I don't like going out in public. So I walk across the parking lot and go over and get my biscuit. I don't know what all that is. Okay. All right. That's the bottom of that. And this brought up, Edward brings up a good point. Edward, I got my legs switched. I felt like I'd been taken out behind the woodshed. And it wasn't from my gold patrons. It was from my bronze patrons. My bronze patrons get 60% off on my website. They get 60% off. And I was doing, like, initially when I started this in January, the files that I create every week, and I would reveal them here in the live stream. I would either do free for those watching now on the live stream, and then it was maybe half price for 24 hours or 48 hours after the fact. Well, the majority of my patrons are bronze. The majority of them are $3 a month. That's how much a bronze patron pays, is $3 a month, and they get 60% off. They are the majority of my supporters, and they are the most work. And they were upset. I had several of them express that they were not pleased with the fact that they're paying a whole 10 cents a day, and people who aren't paying anything were getting half off or better. And they didn't think it was right, and that they didn't see any point in being patrons if they could just get it, for half off and not spend the 10 cents a day. And since they are the majority of my supporters, while I felt like, okay, I got to keep them happy. You got to keep everybody. It's hard. You can't keep everybody happy. You can't. But they did have a little bit of a valid point. So I'm like, okay. So that's why I've kind of shifted. I've showed these, and this is what I'm doing. This is what's available. If you're a gold patron, you get them for free, and it's only $20 a month. I'm never going to ask for another donation on these live streams ever. I will never solicit another dime from you, and I will continue to do what I'm doing now. But you become a gold patron, you get all the files for free, and it's only $20 a month. And these two files alone are well worth $20. And I did those this week, and I did 2 more last week and 2 before. So that's really the best way. And if you can't be a gold, if you're buying files anywhere on the website, you're crazy to buy them anywhere else but from me, unless it's just not a file that appeals to you. But then tell me what you like, and then I might go build it. But it's hard for me because my patrons are what make this possible. I can't afford to lose patrons because they feel they are unappreciated or neglected, or well, I'm doing too much for others who aren't doing anything in their eyes. So I don't know. I struggle with that. And so, all right, let's get back over here to the Lightburn. We're 140 still. I hadn't lost too many people coming and going. All right. Back over here, go to Lightburn and say cancel. We're going to leave that at 3. I'm going to duplicate. I've already fixed that. I want to duplicate it. Fix this real fast. So middle, 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 middle. And actually, this one would not even need to be done because let's see, and I'm doing it wrong. Doing it wrong. Got to delete, undo. So I got to pay attention. When you're doing this edit, you have to pay attention because if you do the wrong one the wrong way, you're going to screw it up. You look at your corner, this corner to this corner. And when you're first starting out doing these edits, it might even benefit you to come over here and draw you a toolpath. I didn't mean to put the whole thing on a toolpath. Deselect. Now select toolpath. Then go back to your line. Come over here to your corner and draw a straight line to that corner. Then go into your node editing. And then when you look at your nodes, come on, anywhere that toolpath overlaps should get a node. That should not move. This should move. And if we look at this piece, all of these are slots. So this one, technically, you wouldn't have to do that, but I do it because somebody somewhere is going to select my file and select all the pieces at one time and move the wrong thing and then get mad at me because they didn't realize they did what they did when they did what they did. So I try to make my files idiot proof, designed by an idiot. And these are identical, so I can select one of those, delete it, and only edit one of them. Ungroup it, go to your tools, resize. No, not resize. Go to your nodes, grab it, and go to nodes. I didn't need to ungroup it for that, but that corner, so node, and then and guys, this is what I do on any and all files that I create. And it's not something that you're going to see done by anybody else unless they've learned it from me. Control. They might have figured it out on their own. I figured it out on my own. Nobody showed me. But I don't know if anybody else talking about it. All right, so there's 1, 2, 3. Got that one. That one you don't have to worry about. All right. And did I have these? You know what? I don't know if those were. Nope. But watch what I'm going to do. I'm going to. That one's already selected, so I'll just delete that. This one I've already edited, so I'm going to duplicate it and then bring it over here. First, I need to group all of them. Oh, they're already grouped. All right, since they're already grouped, now just bullseye it. And now duplicate that. and delete that. All right, now I'm going to save as. We're going to go to my e-commerce. In fact, Craig, if you're still here, just kind of give you an idea of how I organize these. I need to save all of this, so I'm doing file, save as, and I'm going to go to my desktop because that's where my e-commerce files are at. And I'm going to create a new folder for this, and it's going to be the free pet feeder. And it's a new folder. Open that folder and name it feeder. And it's a Lightburn file, save it. Then what I'm going to have to do is, so for everybody, not everybody uses Lightburn that uses my files. So I will export, and I need to go find that file in e-commerce. And this was the free pet feeder there. Open that folder and pet feeder, and I'll save that, copy it, and I'm going to save it as an AI file. Now I got to go back again, export it. I'm already in that folder, but I'm going to paste, and I'm not going to do the AI. I got to go down and do the DXF, save, file, export, paste, and now the SVG, save. Now I got to go back to my desktop, go to the e-commerce files, go down to the free pet feeder, and compress it to a zip file of the same name. That's done. Now I got to go over to my website, go to my media, add new, select files, scroll down to my e-commerce free zip files, free pet feeder, open, that's saved. And now, oh, I didn't mean to do that, stupid. Products, all products are add new. There is not going to be an image. Actually, there will be free pet feeder. And I'm going to go back over to Lightburn. And some of y'all might not even know you can do, well, there's not much you can do. All right, I've already saved all this. So I'm going to bring this over here, align these. Actually, are they grouped? I mean, make sure everything's grouped. Group that. Now align it to the left, and now bring that over uniform. And now I want an image that I can put on my website. And since I've already saved all this, I'm going to shrink it down so it fits on my workbed. And I never, ever do this, because people can now, if they could actually use it to copy and trace files if they're really, really good. But now with that selected, I'm going to go to preview. And I've got that. And I'm going to tell it to save image. And I'm going to save it in my desktop and my e-commerce photos, and save it as pet feeder. Save. And now go back over to the website, upload image, add product image, not to the gallery, add set product image, upload files, select files. It was in my desktop, and it was in my e-commerce folders, and it was the pet feeder here. Open, set product image. And now it's going to be a virtual downloadable. The price will be $0. It'll be free. Click here to download your file, add the file, The file is the free pet feeder insert file, and just we'll give it free pet. And only you guys watching this live stream are going to know what this is about. Free pet feeder designed in Gravini. And publish. And now if we go to the website, there it is. It's now on the website, free to download. All right, so we've dropped off a few viewers. We're down to 140 viewers, or not. We're down from 140 to 130. Let's see here. Looking at comments, get you back up. All right, there's Edward's comment about the discount codes. Okay, all right, so I'm caught up now. We're good. Yeah, the guideline is a new feature that I have not got in the habit of using, and it could have been used there. I missed an opportunity to highlight that new tool. I wish I could give you more. Well, listen, and I'm going to tell you something, Valerie. And this is from the Bible. I learned it when I was just a wee child. I think it was a parable or a story that Jesus got mad or something in the temples, and he was in the woman who had very little, who gave all she had, which was hardly anything compared to what the rich were given. And the rich were looking down their noses like, why are you giving her such, respect or this or that? She only did this. And his response, and I'm paraphrasing here, but his response was, she did more than you because she gave all she had. And so I say that, but all things are relative. So I greatly appreciate my bronze patrons and those that do the $3 a month, because that's all they can afford to do. I'm on a broke income, not a fixed income. My income is my website and my patrons. So I get it. I understand it, and I greatly appreciate it. And that's also why I don't care what level you are of a supporter when it comes to assistance. I don't say that, well, if you're a gold member, you're entitled to an hour's worth of this or help or this or that. I'm willing to help anybody, patron or not, if I can. And but now what I said earlier about my bronze level or my highest maintenance patrons, I learned this also a long time ago in a different lifetime when I was selling cars. And I've said this before. When that customer walks in and they beat you up over a price and they nickel and dime you to death and they beat you and beat you and beat you until they feel like they've got the absolute, they're never happy. And they're the most work out of any customer you'll ever have to make the sale and after the sale. Well, it's also kind of holds true with the bronze patrons. And an example, if you're in here watching tonight and I'm getting ready, I'm not going to call you by name, but somebody hit me up today wanting to know if I'd make a bundle on my earrings and give a discount on a bundle like I've done on some of the crosses. And I said, well, I haven't done that, but I'll do that for you right now. And I went and figured up a bundle and knocked off, 15% of what the entire purchase would be. And then they mentioned that they're a patron and they want their discount off of that on top of the other discount that I've already done. I don't play that. Mm-hmm. And they obviously they wasn't a gold patron, because if they were gold, they'd got them for free. But anyway. Norman says, let's stay for St. Patrick's Day. Hey, you know, we're 2 hours and 20 minutes in, and if we ain't careful, we can hang around. We can hang around here until St. Patty's Day. Well, Norman Collins says he's lost count. Well, that's good. That's awesome. I'm glad. I'm glad. If you save an image of your files like you just did, then just skew it. That'll keep people from being able to cheat and trace. That's slick. They have to do a lot of work, you know. And some people use watermarks, but if you're really good with Lightburn, you can even clean up watermarks and stuff like that. So I don't even do that, and that's why if you look at my site, all of my files that I sell are images of actual product, because I do not want to put a product out there, a file out there that has the possibility of being flawed, because I make perfect, flawless files with no mistakes. And I can only say that if I've done them and made them and I use them. And so now that accomplishes two things. I can put a photo of the finished product on the site and not a photo of and because some people, they can look at that print or that image and go, well, what is that? But if I got a photo of that, they're like, oh, okay, that's cool. So I find that photographs just work better of actual products. Chris says, hey, it's lunchtime. He's down under. He's, hey, it's lunchtime for me. I got all day. Just do the right thing for the right reason all the time. Don't be a bronze download, or don't be a bronze download everything and quit and then get so much more. Yeah. So far, nobody's taken advantage of me yet. It'll happen. It'll happen because people are people. But so far, I guess I've been very fortunate my entire life, and I'm thankful. So somebody will take advantage of my good nature, but they'll get me once. They won't get me twice. Yeah, and I like Chris's no mistakes, just learning options. All right. So it's 11:30 p.m. for me. I don't care. It's 11:20 or it's 125 of you still watching. Do you want to? It's going to be a really basic design. What I've got, what I was preparing to do. This is a pre-made round that I get at Target, and it's the Mondo Yama, I think is how you would say that. Mondo LLAMA, which I think is Spanish, the double L, I think. And so why Mondo Yama? Which, what's that? Mondo? I don't know what Mondo would be, but Yama is name. Is that Mondo big? Is it big name? I don't know. But these are probably just pine or some cheap whitewood. They've got a keyhole in the back, And they actually even have another metal sawtooth hanger on there that I take off so that it lays flat on the laser bed when I do the engraving, if I'm going to engrave on this. But this piece, because it's going to be a St. Patty's Day piece, I painted it green. But before I painted it green, I painted it white. And this is covered pretty heavily, but this is not how I'm going to leave it for assembling. This is dried pretty good. I sprayed this prior to ever going live. And I'm going to distress it. I'm going to sand it. And by doing so, it create a worn look and it start exposing some of the white paint that's underneath the green. And that'll be the base layer. And then for creating the 2 layers that will be the text and the artwork, I've got a piece of my Baltic birch, and you can see that it's not fully covered because you can still see all of the wood grain. And you can actually, there we go, you can actually even see the color of the birch. That's actually starting to look like it's more of a whitewash. But I did that with just white spray paint by spraying it at a distance very lightly, just one very light coat, and gets that look. And then I did the same thing with birch and the same green, but I did it the same way. White first, a white wash, and then a very light spray of the green. And what I say earlier about really liking seeing my wood grains, this, you don't hardly see any grains to it at all. It'll look better once I distress it. But here you've got the green color and all that wood grain just pops out and looks really good. Now I'm going to be cutting out the designs in there, and it's going to not be as obvious, but you'll see it. And I just seen a note on here from Carl, said it's not on the homepage yet. It is, Carl. I don't know what it is about some people's computers. Try hitting F5 and or I don't think refreshing. If you hit refresh on your web browser, it may not pop up there. But if you hit F5, I think it's F5, or is it Shift F5, that it will force it to reload that page and reload the cache, whatever. But it's on there because people have been downloading it like crazy. It's there. If I go, see here, well, I don't know why I'm trying to show you there. Go here, go to inbox. And I know that people have been downloading it because my phone's been buzzing. These are the ones that I haven't deleted yet. Oh, hey, we got Kenton's already signed up for a new patron. Thank you. But there we go. There it refreshed. See all those downloads. Says our new order. It's there. People are downloading it. And here is the homepage, and there it is, right there, top new products. So it's there. If you're not seeing it, that's in your computer and not on the website. Bill says, just a note, those extra nodes you put in do show up even when importing / opening in Inkscape. Thanks again. And I don't know if it's beneficial or not. The only way that I know that they'll go away in Lightburn is if someone does a 0 offset. And if you have a problematic file in Lightburn, it's got open shapes or this or problems, all kinds of stuff going on, do a 0 offset and it will fix 90% of the problems. But when you do a 0 offset, it also cleans up all those extra nodes. So if anybody does a 0 offset of my files, it will now be a problematic file of resizing slots and tabs. And Stacy says Mondo is skinned. Skinned. So the name of the product is And these are actually a really good deal. They're only like $5, but yeah, Mondo Yama. So skinned name. I don't know, but they got a couple of different styles. And I got, like I said, I get these at Target. I don't know if you have a Target in your neck of the woods. Some people call it Target, but here it's Target. But you can't make that for $5. And it's got the nice metal hanger and the keyhole, and it's too cheap not just buy them and be done with it. JRB, Carl, it was for me. You might have to do the Control F5 in your browser to refresh your cache, or when you go to electronic files, sort by newest. Yeah. If you go to the digital files and sort by newest, it'll pop up. But Control F5, if it's a Windows, I thought it was Shift, but Control F5 forces your computer to reload the cache. And I've had several people that have mentioned that problem in the past, but it's not an error on my site. It's just a setting in your computer. And Yamo is flame, not flamed. I thought it was name, like Kamasayama. But we're not talking about Spanish anymore. We're gonna because I failed that. Oh, I failed that with a passion. Oh, but my Spanish teacher was a baby doll. That was the funnest class I ever flunked out of. All right, squirrel, Lightburn. All right, we're gonna do new. Nope. All right. So when I look at this round, the overall diameter is a foot. It's 12 inches. But it has that quarter round on the top, and the overall top layer is about 11 and a quarter inches. And I'm not going to want to go completely out to the edge of it. But for a toolpath, I'm going to draw out 11 and a half inch. Got my aspect ratio locked, 11.5. Was it 11.5 or 11 and a quarter? I'm going to check again. 11 and a quarter. 11 and a quarter. Oh, got it. Too many decimals in there. There we go. All right, so that's my engravable area, but I do not want to engrave that full area. So I'm going to do an offset of that. Probably let's come in a half inch. Say okay. And I did not mean to delete the original. Let's go undo that again and go the wrong way. Yeah, I want to go inward offset, half inch. Do not delete the original and say okay. Now, thinking from a design standpoint, the whole thing is 12 inches wide, but from that top lip to the other top lip is 11 and a quarter. So that means it's 12 inches long. There's 3/4 of an inch on that quarter round all the way around. And so by coming in a half inch, yeah. So if I come in from an edge, not getting any closer to that than a half of an inch, that would look good. It can be smaller, but you don't want to be any bigger than that, in my opinion. All right. So we are going to do a St. Patty's Day design, and we're going to do everything just straight from scratch. And when I think of St. Patty's Day, one of the first things I think of leprechauns, I think of green beer, and I think of shamrocks. I'm going to create a shamrock. And I like, okay, well, what do I have available that I can create a shamrock? Well, I got my dog paws, and I could probably go online and find just a shamrock and download and scan and trace and create. But I've also got a heart. I knew I had a basic heart in my art library. And I'm going to come over here, and I'm going to now draw me a circle. And I'm going to take and put that circle, the center of that circle, about there. Might need to be a little bit bigger. I'll draw that. I've centered that up on the bottom. And now that I've got that, I'm going to select my heart, hold my shift key, select my circle, come over here to my circular array tool, and I've got 3 already there. You know what? I'm going to bring that down some more. So I'm going to cancel that. I'm going to bring that on down into there, and now there, and circle. All right, that looks a little better. It could probably even be a little tighter. So, oh, wrong way, Conway. In fact, I'm for giggles, I'm going to see if I put it right at the bottom, what happens. So if I select my heart and select the circle, circular array, well, that's way too close. So I told you we're going to do this unrehearsed. So here and here, circular array, 3 of them. Now, and that'll work. Now, that's going to be a regular 3-leaf clover. But if I did 4, I can make it a 4-leaf clover. I'm going to do a 3-leaf clover. Say, okay. You're like, clover? That's not a clover. It's not yet. So I had my group option turned on, so I got to ungroup it. Now I'll select these 2, weld them, and select those and weld them, and get rid of that stupid circle in the middle. And now I will select, what layer is that on? That's on layer 10. So go to layer 10, select my pencil, and come over here and draw a line about there. Oh, about like that. There we go. And now select the line, do an offset, outward, do it round, outward. That's way too much. And say okay, delete the original, okay. And now weld those together. And I got me a shamrock. Now that I got the shamrock, I'm going to center it over that one. And now we'll shrink her down. And let's do, in fact, I did this, I did a little bit of research on the fonts that I had. So work in progress. I was trying to find a cool font. And where is it? There it is. Feeling lucky. Okay. So this one was the font that I used on the cross. And that's called Celtic, something or another. But it's got all the, what do you call them? Celtic knots, stupid. Come on, stupid. But that's just a font that I got from the font. Font.com, and I search for Celtic, and Celtic MD. That's the font that I'm using here. And only the capital letters have the Celtic knots in it, and then the lowercase have that Celtic look to it. But the font Celtic MD is that font that I am working with. I'm going to center that over that. Now, just to show you how that was done, if I just typed out feeling in all caps, and you can't see it because it's so small, we blow it up. That's not the right font, but you come up here to the font, highlight the whole thing, and just start typing in Celtic, because that's what I downloaded. It will automatically finish it, and I can just enter, and there it is. That's not the right size, so I'd shrink it down to about where I needed it to be. And that blue dot right there, that blue dot, that is how you curve your text to path. That blue dot right there. And in order to get it to be where I want it to be as far as the right curvature, kind of get it down to the size I want, center it up over the center position of that circle, and then grab that blue dot and just start dragging it. Why did you jump over there? Is it because I still had the circle selected? Something's screwy. Undo, undo, undo. And now just start dragging that down. Yeah, I don't know what that's about. I didn't do that to me earlier. But rotate it. Shouldn't have to do that. Something's not right about this graphic. Because if we look at this, ungroup it, and I've actually already converted that to a path, so there is no blue dot. But that's supposed to be up top up here. Something's not right about that, the way I entered it somewhere. But the blue dot is how you bend and wrap your text. And if it's not oriented correctly, then you can just start rotating it with the arrows that have always been there. And the blue dot's actually always been there since about 4 or 5 versions ago. And then you would type out lucky and then bend it in the opposite direction. And I don't know why it's not orienting correctly, but that's how I did that. Delete. So feeling lucky. I got my clover. And then, you know what? Just for the heck of it, let's come in here and put in Irish. And put that in an engrave. That would be on a cut pad. In fact, all of this, any of that on that should be on my cut layer. There we go. Now I'm going to select, actually that's just a wee bit too big for what I want to do next. So I'm going to select all of the red and the black, shrink it, hold my shift key or control rather, and shrink it down. There we go. About like that. I'm going to select just my come on fingers. Control D, duplicate it, and bring the duplication up here. Now shrink that down. Bring it down about like so. And then I'm going to select, hold my shift key, select that circle, and go back to my circular array. And let's create some shamrocks. And say okay. And I don't need to select them, but we'll do them grouped. And all right, so I would do my letters in fact, what I'll probably do is, just for giggles, I'm going to do an outward offset of that, and say okay. That'll work. I didn't want to delete the original. Come on. Outward offset, turn off the delete original, say okay. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to cut that one out and put it on the white layer. That'll be painted white. Then I'll cut this top one out in green with the engraving on the green shamrock. So it'll be green on top of a white outline on top of the green piece. And do I want to do the same thing with the letters? Oh, look at there. Thank you, Dave. Dave pointed out that I have my text and the left justification up here instead of in the center. And that's why I was having a problem with it going to the wrong place. I don't know when or why I had moved my text to left justification, but that was why it was doing something funky. I think I'm going to do, in fact, I'm going to select that group. I grouped those. I'm going to ungroup them. Actually, you know what? I'm going to drag them over here out of the way. Now ungroup them. Grab the one. Bring it back over here. I'm going to delete all those because I decided I'm going to do an offset on these as well. Now select on both, group them temporarily, and then make sure she's in the center. And now do another array and say okay. And now I can ungroup all of that. And now those are individuals. So that'll be green shamrocks on top of white offsets on top of the green background. And I'm thinking I might want to do a some type of offset or something around the lucky, but I don't know if I want to do those. I want those Celt. Oh, I know what. Ooh, I know what. Yeah, I don't know. That's a lot of work. All right, let's go back over here and look at the questions and comments, and because I just happened to look down and seen that who it was that made the comment. I had the justification, the alignment on the left is wrong. Chris's bend is based on start point of vector boundary going to be fixed in 1.6. And actually, no, I think that my problem here I had was because I didn't have that left justification on there. And we're going to test it. We'll look at it and see. No, it's not because the anchor point's not in the center, because it's in the center. It's just at the top center. That wasn't the issue. And I do think that Terry's right. I had the alignment, and I was doing something earlier, and I forgot to change that back to center. I don't change that often, but I'm 90% sure that they're correct. The base for the free pet feeder does not fit on a 12 by 12 Baltic big sheet. Can I just, well, no, because I do those out of the 4.5 millimeter. Can I resize the slots and scale it? Yes, you can. But if you're going to scale it down, what size do I need to make it not affect the other pieces? Grab the entire thing, grab the entire image, select it all, and then put you a toolpath on your work area that's a 300 by 300 millimeter or 12-inch square piece, and find the biggest piece in that file, the largest piece in that design, which I guess is the base. Position it in and around that toolpath, and then scale the entire thing at one time. Scale it all in one scaling motion till you get it scaled down to where that base will fit in that 12 by 12 piece. Then when you do, then you can resize your slots and tabs. And that's the only way you're going to know for an absolute fact that it's going to work on a 12-inch piece of material. But at that time, you may have scaled the thing down so small that this isn't going to be large enough to put a pet bowl in. I don't know. You may have to go to Gravini and just start from scratch. But you've seen how easy it was. It ain't hard to do at all. They gave the laser away. Well, they didn't hit 250. At least I doubt it. Yeah, John says cut the letters out of white. Yeah, and I'm thinking the same thing. I want to do the letters in white and then a deep engraving to get that so that the Celtic knots will show up in white. And I guess it doesn't need to have another layer. I was just wondering about doing another offset behind it. That's just more work, and they're going to look better white with the engraving and the knot showing up. The other would be just another offset to raise it would be just, I think, wasted time. All right. Wow, really? Congratulations. Maybe I was the reason they never got to 250. All right. So let's test the left justification and see if that was what the problem was. So up here, as I go to text, and I'm going to type in feeling in all caps. And I have the left justification on. Let's turn it back to middle. And you're seeing that jump over. And now, yeah, see, now the curve is over here. And there you go. And that was the problem. I had it, the left justification was making it bend from the left. It moved that curve. So let's undo, change that back to left. You see the dot didn't move, but it moved the whole font or the whole word over. And now the letter G got moved over to the extreme left. So if I go back to right justification, it should start bending at the F. Well, yeah. So it's 1980s and it's breakdancing. Okay. So yes, the problem was the X justification was on left and it should have been at middle. And top would just change where it bends there as far as if it was inside or outside the circle. All right. So yes. Yeah, I was being a bit facetious. I think it was more about what Carl said: 3 streams going and 4 people pushing it out on different channels. Hey, yeah, yeah. All right. Well, hey, I don't wish no ill on nobody. Just all right. So the only thing that I don't care for about this actually looked pretty cool, but it's a bunch of pieces, a whole bunch of pieces uh, that's going to require being glued up and placed properly. And what I would do if I'm going to do this file, I'm going to do this. I'm going to select, and those are all grouped. So let's ungroup this. I'm going to select the outermost offsets of all these little bitty shamrocks. Holding shift the whole time while I go around and collect all these offsets. And I'll get this offset. And then I will select, actually, I'll go ahead and group those. Those are all grouped now. And now, yep, that's what I thought. By ungrouping all that, I ungrouped all the letters too. But that's okay, because really all I need is just the outer offset of all of these. And guys, if you don't have a trackball mouse with Lightburn, you are missing out. That was the greatest thing I ever did get, was the trackball mouse to greatly increase my speed and productivity. All right, group all those together. Now grab that group with this group and group all of those together. And now Control D, duplicate all those, put them on a black layer, put them in line mode. And I'm going to duplicate those two, group them, and then put it over this. And what that is, ladies and gentlemen, is I'm going to put my, I'm going to put the round, I'll put the Mondo Yama, which I think somebody said that was a skinned animal. I don't know. I'm going to put that on the laser bed with that black line out and do a quick just engraving, just to do an alignment, just so I know where to put all the pieces on it. But before I do that, I'm going to go distress this. So let's look at any questions and comments, and then I'm going to go turn on my DA and sand this and distress it real fast. Let's see. Any questions? Squirrel question. How do you determine the right size for your earrings? We always make them too big. You know what? Something I learned, Norman. And if you ask women, I don't know if there's any such thing as too big when it comes to their earrings. I always make mine too small. Because every time I hear from the ladies, we said it's a little bit bigger. We said it's a little bit bigger. And the typically I usually make mine about because in in a previous lifetime I had mine pierced, and I never wore anything dangly. I just had a stud. But if I did have anything dangly, I wouldn't want it. I personally wouldn't want it over about an inch and 3/4. Hanging down. I don't want it bumping into my shoulder when I'm wearing it. Wouldn't think a lady would either. And I also don't want it getting caught in my hair all the time. And at the time, I used to have hair all the way in my belt. So I had, that could have been an issue. So I usually only go about an inch and 3/4 and about an inch and a quarter or inch and a half wide, usually. But I think I've already deleted it. If you haven't seen my living tree file, it's a free file on Hobo with Wood. I was in Home Depot Home Depot, and there was a lady in there, and she had these earrings on that just about blew my mind. Because it was the living tree design, and I think I've already deleted that file or that photograph because I took a picture of it because I couldn't believe that this lady was wearing it. But her earrings were almost the size of, and I'm exaggerating, but not exaggerating. They were probably 3 inches at least in diameter, and they were a living tree, and they were gargantuan, huge. So you'd be surprised at what the ladies are willing to wear. Ladies that are in the stream, chime in and tell Norman what you think about the size of your earrings. It's all personal preference. I make my earrings out of my scrap material, and so I will. And this one's not 3mm, but if I've got a piece of 3mm Baltic birch this size, and I can get a pair of earrings out of it, that's what size they're going to be. I don't sit down with intent to make earrings. I make them I'll grab up a bunch of scrap material and burn up a bunch of scrap that way. And that dictates a lot of times what size I do. I've been using Lightburn for a year now, and I've learned a lot this evening. You can expect me back on a regular basis, time permitting. Well, thank you, Mike. You watch my videos, but I'll tell you, this is squirrel a lot. So if you jump around, you may miss out on something that was extremely valuable to know and not exactly something we were talking about. But so you have to watch me because I'll get in a tangent. I want to see a picture of that version of Steve. Oh, I don't know if there are any. I've had many looks, many looks. I've been through many life's Peggy's. I don't like my earrings too long, maybe 1.5 inches. And that's what I think is the general consensus. Most people, ladies, like that, but some of them like them big. All right. We have had viewers drop off, and I'm guessing they've seen the kind of what the file is starting to look like, and they're like, "Yeah, okay, that's good. I'm out." But I'm going to go distress this. We still got 100 viewers. I'm going to go distress this real fast. All right, so this is the challenge that a lot of you struggle with because people depend on their camera too much. Oh, sorry, wrong button. I didn't know my shirt was pulled up. Sorry about that. Didn't mean to do that, do you? Let's move this out of the way. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to group all this together, and I'm going to center it on my work table. Then I'm going to bring it down to the bottom. There we go. That's right at the edge of my work table. And now what I can do is close lid. I'm going to move my laser. It homed itself. Actually, before I do anything else, I'm going to go focus the laser. So I'm going to drop a pin in about the middle of my board. Make sure the pants are pulled up. Now that I've got that focused, drop a pin up here and get the laser out of the way. And you know what? I don't know if camera. Yeah, that's going to. All right. No, it's not going to. HDR. I've got a conflict with my cameras right now, and I haven't figured this out yet. It's because I've got my HDR. Yeah. Going live right now is not letting me access my. There we go. Update overlay. There we go. Okay. So if I fade that was faded. Turn it off. This is a no, that's not. It's I need another one. That's my design size. Now I need one that's a foot. I'm on. Delete. 12 inches. And put it over the center of this one. And now move that whole thing up to where that's on the bottom. All right. And put that on a tool path. Now update. All right. So that's kind of close. What I'm going to do is I'm going to physically put that in the center of my work bed over here. And it's 40, 21, 21, 21. Using my ruler on my honeycomb, that right there is almost perfectly centered on the X. And if I update my overlay, you can see there's the tool path. That's really, really, really close. In fact, now if we look over here, it's almost about the same distance from that side. And I didn't show you. Zoom in here. There we go. It's only what appears to be about 10 or 12. No, I think it's 5 or 7. It's real close. But to find out if it's exactly right, using my laser move controls, if I've got fire on when framing, I'm going to select that outermost tool path. And trick the Lasermatic by putting a magnet here. I'm going to frame it. And I can watch the laser run around that. And I've got my speed slowed down so that once it comes around there, I can see it. If it's way, way off, and it is. I say way, way off. It was off by about a millimeter. But now that is running right around the perimeter. Perfect. Now I'm going to set my speeds and powers. And we'll do, this is just going to be a faint outline, but it's going through 2 layers of paint. So I'm going to give it 70% power and select all of that. Preview. Yes, that's what I'm looking for. Say okay and send it. So now she's doing a quick burn, and get my Elvis glasses here. Don't have to have these with this enclosure, but hey, better safe than sorry. All right, so that speed and power. I'm getting through my green layer of paint into the white layer. I don't know if that's into the wood or not, but I just need this is just for placement purposes. All right. Well, you guys, okay. Who was thinking dentist office with the sound of a Xander? Did Xander sound like a dentist drill? Anybody popping in now be wondering what the heck? Yeah, and that's one more sick dentist drill. I tell you what, uh, that paint is on there really good. Wow, how much stressing is he doing now? I had very fine sandpaper on there, and it was worn sandpaper. But when you're stressing it, de-stressing it, what I'm looking for is I'm really going after those edges to show up that white paint, because that's where you're going to see expect to see a lot of wear and tear from it being handled. It got really thin over there and got some coming through here and there. And right now it's also lost all of its shine, but all of that'll come back whenever I put a coat of lacquer or whatever on it after I've finished assembling it. But there, I've now got on my alignment marks. And I'm going to put the white on here. And this is a new feature in Lightburn 1.6 or 1.5. Control H. You're watching the laser? Control H. Oh, not, or is it Alt H? Not history. Alt H. No, it is Control. I didn't have Lightburn highlighted, stupid. Control H. Control H, and it sends the laser home. I don't have to go find the laser move menu. Control H. I just didn't have, I had my web browser highlighted and didn't do it the first time. Now that I've got that there, I'm going to need to focus the new material level. And I'm looking at the comments again. Couldn't you just measure the round and put the laser in the center line? Yeah. And there's all kinds of, like I said, there is no one way to do things. The center finder in Lightburn is an awesome tool. Some people absolutely hate it and think it's a complete waste of time, but it works great. It's a little bit tedious. Some people will have a piece of scrap down there. They'll burn that size on there and then place their piece right on top of it. Then it's already aligned. There's 100 ways you can do these things. And none of them is right or wrong, I should say. It's just a different way of doing it. And for me, I find that was so fast by placing that at the center bottom on my work bed and then placing the piece in the center bottom on the work bed, then hit the frame button and I move very, very slow. If it's not where I need to be, I can just bump it and the frame will be exactly perfect and it's centered every time. Always perfect. It's not wrong. It's just a different way of doing it. Yeah, and says I've used a cardboard template, place it down, and you cut it out, and so there's so many ways you can do these things. Yeah, and if you're doing, like Stacy says, she's doing coasters, so she's doing a bunch of them. So if you're going to do a bunch of them, make a template, cut them out, and you have that template there, and you just drop your coasters in, send that job out, and it's easy peasy. And okay, all right, that's done. All right, now set that out to way. Update my camera. Lasers in the way. Now, I need the offset. I need that piece. Oh, gotta select it. I'm gonna ungroup it. Actually, I'll do it again because I got them all grouped again. Ungroup it. And I'll drag that one over here. How many are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. And I thought that was right, but I wanted to make sure. So array. Actually, we'll do 2 and 7. And I need one of these. I've been wondering why Lightburn doesn't recognize a file as being saved when you save it in your art library. Because your art library is not the same information. It's not a it's a piece of clip art, if you will. It's not a Lightburn file. It's just clip art. Best way I can think of explaining it. And I've got lots of stuff in my art library, but those are individual pieces that I will use to create files, and then I save that as an actual Lightburn file. But Lightburn art is a different type of format. In fact, when you save it in the Lightburn art library, I think it's LB art instead of LBRN2. And it's going to get smoky in here. So I had to turn on the exhaust there. Yeah, the extensions are different. It's LB art versus Lightburn. When you're saving the Lightburn, you're only selecting that one graphic. Thank you. Appreciated. You know, what's going to take the longest, in fact, I don't know if y'all going to want to hang around this long or not. We'll see. In fact, I don't need that arch like that. I can, but I don't know what size it is. So I'm going to say Control D, duplicate that, and bring it out as just the outlines. We don't want that. Need the whole thing. All right. So Well, that's not too bad. Well, but I wouldn't do it this way. Let's see. That's only 12 minutes, but I'm not going to do it in line. I'm going to do it in fill. And I'm not going to do it just in fill. I would do it in crosshatch fill and line after fill. And that would be on the black layer, not the cut layer, dummy. So I was looking at how long it would take to cut it out. Now, how long is that going to take? That's 45 minutes. You guys are not going to want to hang around here for another 45 minutes to do this or to see that final outcome. But that's what it's going to require in order for that to be really super, super nice. Yep. What else am I missing? I need to do that and that. That's going to be on a green one. All right, let's see. You know what? We'll see how long you will hang around. I'm going to send this job to the printer, to the laser cutter, and get that. Oh, I just about messed up. Just about messed up. Got to go back to Lightburn. Because this is engraving all of that. Let's put this back on the line mode. And now I got to select it all again, ungroup it all again, and select all of these outlines. And Control D, duplicate those and put those on the cut path. And now you can group it all back together again and put that back in the fill. Done. And now I need to, because this is going to be a super fine detail engraving, I need to go back here to the Rolly and do this really complicated switch over from the 30 watt module to the 10 watt module. So this is going to take a little bit. Okay, that's done. Now I'm in 10 watt. But the problem with that is, and this is something that a rumor that I have heard, and I've kind of seen somewhere, and did not hear it from LMR or from Leo. I've seen it on a forum somewhere that they are working on. Like, this is the 1030. They have the 1020. They are working on Lightburn's working on the ability to where we can use, I think they call it, I think it's M8 function or whatever, where they can turn the air on and off and control air assist in Lightburn. They're working on the ability to change the wattage of the laser. So like right now, I need to do this job doing these engraving these letters and then cutting them out. Well, I'm engraving them with the 10 watt. And if I try to cut this material out, which it will cut the material out with the 10 watt, but I'd have to change my settings and it's going to have to go a lot slower. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to turn off the output of the cut layer and only do the engraving with the 10 watt, then switch it to 20 watt and send the job back out to do the cutting. So that's that. And this engraving is a 42-minute engrave. I doubt half of you will still be here, but there might be new people here by that time. But I'm going to go ahead and do this. I'm going to finish this. I'm going to finish the job. Why not? So that's done. That's ready. I'm going to say start. And actually, well, yeah, it's fine. Yeah, that's fine. I could stop and grab those and little white shamrocks and started gluing things up, but that ain't going to save 5 seconds. See, love these long spur of the moment chats, and you just go and go and go and go and not gonna give about it. I ain't got. I ain't nobody. I ain't nobody. Yeah, sometimes you need more than just a basic explanation to understand what's happening. Yeah, and sometimes I need some caffeine right now, though. Love it. Love it, love it, love it, love it. By now, if I did anything like this, well, I'd be drunk. I'm not drinking. I don't have any alcohol, so would you have to drink? Would you have to have alcohol to do it? There was a time that I did. In fact, I'd love to have the money I spent on all my Irish whiskey. Yeah, it just keeps going and going and going and going. More like Sonic the Hedgehog. Chris says it's been 5 large coffee. Yeah, well, at this rate, since I'm going to finish this project, I might be having breakfast myself when I'm done. The resizing the entire file suggestion was exactly what I needed to learn tonight. Thank you. You're welcome. Glad you got something out of it. And what I find super nice is you don't get cranky, loopy, but not cranky. Yeah, I'm getting a little bit loopy. But I tell you what, though, and I had to check myself. Was it yesterday? Yeah, it was yesterday. I had to check myself yesterday. I was working. I even had to stop and think. Did I remember to eat breakfast? Did I remember to eat? Period. Well, I was getting hangry. I was getting very hangry, and I had to stop and go eat because people were having problems, and I didn't have the best attitude, and I knew I didn't have the best attitude, but it was because I was hungry, and so I had to just stop and force myself to go eat, and I ate before going live, so I do get hangry. That ship sailed, buddy. There ain't no might about it. And yeah, I would have stopped at the end of the pet feeder thing, and but hey, you know what? If y'all still here, y'all still want to watch, hang around, whatever. People, I'm sure we're not got the same bunch that was we started with. Uh, but hey, this is my job. This is how I pay the bills, and it's it's fun. I enjoy it. LOL. It's 1:30 p.m. and I have been here. I think breakfast just turned into afternoon tea. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, it's. I started at 9 p.m. my time, and it's now 12:30, and I'm committed to finishing this. So I'll be here till 1:30 or 2 o'clock. Why not? Terry said he went to bed and woke up, and he's back. Actually, I think he went to dinner. Yeah, yeah, Terry. I just decided, hey, they want to see. I'm working it. I'm working on putting the design together. Is going to be uh, feeling lucky, and this is done in a bunch of Gaelic font with uh, Celtic knots in the letters, and that's what I'm burning right now and cutting. And they are going to take a little while, so we're going to be here a little bit. I'll stay here and finish it. I They made fun of me because I distressed my wood. You can see the white edges and all, and I sanded down here and it's starting to have some white peeking through in places. And I had some very worn sandpaper on the DA, so I was over there for a while. But when you're distressing wood and wanting to create this, it is so much better to go very slow and because if you put a heavy grit sandpaper, not only are you going to burn through that first layer and into your second layer, now you're exposing the wood, and that might not be too bad either, but you may get it overly stressed. So if you can, a little bit at a time, you can create the look you're after. Stacy says my husband knows that about me too. Finds the nearest off ramp when we're out and eating. Yeah, and yeah, you get hangry. Yeah, and another thing I used to be bad about. Two things would change my attitude. And this one's not as important now as it used to be. If I didn't have a little bit of cash in my pocket, I wasn't a happy person. I needed to have walking money in my pocket. I needed to have some cash. Even though if I had no need for it, I wasn't planning on buying nothing. I just needed to have money in my pocket. Or else I wasn't I'd be anxious all the time. I don't know. But now that I ain't got none, it ain't that big a deal. uh like the old farmer and his mule. Sometimes you just have to get their attention. Uh, do you still have a red layer to cut the letters? I think you may have changed it inadvertently to an engraved line. No, I turned it off. It's there, but I disabled it because right now the 10 watts what working, and when I want to cut it, I'm going to switch it back to the 30 watt. But I disabled the line. I didn't switch it back to black. I turned it off. I have a golden black fox near me, not advocating for killing squirrels per se. Uh, yeah. Who's the boss? LOL. You're my viewers are my boss. My patrons are my boss. Uh, It's like hanging out in your living room without having all the people to kick out when you're done. Mm-hmm. Question mark off this project. But can you tell me how to measure the curved corners of a box with living hinges? I need to expand the hinge over the corners because it's not long enough. I can. That'd be $100. The way I figure my living hinge size and requirements, I got to get another pair of glasses. Is using the measuring tool. Now I'll jump over here to Lightburn. Boggity, 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 boggity. Switch. And let's create a box. Let's put on, no, let's put it on that layer and put it in line mode. And now for giggles, we'll make her a little bit smaller. And right now, the width is 5.6 inches wide. So the radius, 2.8. The radius here and here. All right. If I wanted to have a living hinge that's going to wrap around that curvature, and let me grab something. So here's one of my purses or the clutch, and that's living hinge wraps all the way around that and works perfectly. And snap, magnetically closes. What I look at on my living hinge is it needs to begin and end where the radius starts and stops. So in Lightburn, that's what your nodes are showing you. There's a node showing you that the radius starts there and it ends here. I ain't real sure why there's an extra one over there, but if I go to node editing, I don't know if that's going to change it though. If I delete that, it may distort it. Delete it. Yeah, it's going to distort it. All right, but that's irrelevant. That's okay. What you can do is I use my ruler, and right here tells you your segment length. And when you highlight a segment, it's going to go from one node to the next node. And I will highlight that one, and you can see, well, highlight that one and come over here. You can see, and I can't zoom in on this because the way Lightburn works, that's 4.3739 inches or 111.1 millimeters. If I highlight the next one, it's 56.8 millimeters, and then there it's 56.8 millimeters. So those two are identical, 56.08. So if I open my calculator, 56.08 times 2, that's 112.16. And this one is 111.1 plus 111.1. Then my total length of my living hinge would need to be 223.26 millimeters or 8.7897 or 8.8 inches. So I use my ruler to measure where the radius starts and where the radius stops. And then if that was 8.8 inches, if I'm going to make a living hinge, ever how wide would need to be. I would make sure that it's 8.8, no, in height, 8.8 inches. And that's how long or wide that need to be if I'm going to be doing a living hinge. Ah, oh, fudge. I can't see. My eyes are getting weak on me. And there's my living hinge. That would need to be the size to wrap around that arc, depending on how wide your project was. But that's how I do it. Does that help? Looking for questions and or comments. Yeah, Chris says he feels naked without cash in his pocket. Yeah, I don't know why. Uh, but but like I said, now that I don't have it, it don't matter. You have $10. No way my laser would cut that. Hate IKEA just had mystery screwball out of it tonight. Not laughing at you, laughing with you. Because in situations like that, if you don't laugh, you cry. You know, I feel your pain. I struggled for 4 or 5 months with my first POS, and I just about quit completely because of working with inferior product. It makes all the difference in and I know that I was a mechanic for I don't know how long, and the right tool makes all the difference in the world. You could do a complete brake job with an adjustable wrench. You don't want to, but you could. Uh, the right tool makes all the difference in the world, and that's why these tool trucks are at these automotive shops every payday because these mechanics are needing the right tool to make their job easier. Because the easier it is to do, the more they can do, the more productive they can be. It's like, yeah, you're IKEA, you say, and I'm guessing you might have been talking about the living hinge I just did, it might not want to cut it. It'd do it. It might be next week before you finished, but it'd do it. That's why you step up to the 30 watt. People are like, man, I was only spending money. Time is money. You can do that living hinge in no time. And somebody was talking about the crosses. Where are they at? Well, I don't know if it was, they were talking about this one. Well, it wasn't this one because I just put this one out. This one. Stuff like this. I was like, yeah, man, I did that. It takes 4.5 hours. Well, if it's taking you 4.5 hours to do this, there's no way you can sell it and be profitable. Impossible. You cannot do that in 4.5 hours and make any money, because that's just one piece of it. Then you got to cut out the back, and then you got to cut out the stand. And if it's and that's what I started out, thinking. I had the little 10 watt diode. I was like, I got to have more power, and that's when I got the CO2, because I thought I was going to go into production work, and there was no way I could do it with a 10 watt diode. There's no way I could generate the product I need as quick as I need to be able to sell it and be profitable. So I needed more power, the CO2. Turns out the CO2 wasn't what I needed either. But at the time, there was no such thing as a 30 watt diode when I got the CO2. And now they're coming out with the 40 watts, and somebody said 70 watt diodes. The only thing that I would say about anything bigger than the 30 watt, a 40 watt or even 70 watts, the only thing only way I can envision I would need that much more power is if I'm doing bigger pieces. And if I'm doing bigger pieces, then I want a bigger work bed. I don't think you need more than 30 watts on a work bed this size. But if you had the big extensions, like Clack's got with all his gantries and his open gantry machines, then I could see where a 40 or 70 watt machine, and these would be big because you can be working with bigger material and cut faster and better and cleaner. But oh yeah, Russ, I need to talk about that. Mm-hmm. Russ is a patron and a wonderful supporter, and he looked at this file. I marked it as a clutch, and this one is incomplete, but I put a gold chain on it, and I've got little tabs on the sides here that make it relatively easy to open, but not too easy, because you don't want somebody to just grab it and open it up. But there's 2 tabs on each side that make it pop right open. And this one's got 3 magnets on it, and it only needs 2. But Russ looked at it, and he's like, that's kind of cool, but I don't need a purse. He made it into a tackle box. He actually did a whole camo print and everything else, big leather strap on it, and it looks extremely manly and very nice. And it's a great piece. It's not too big. It's perfect for if you're fly fishing and you're out in the stream, and you just a nice little box to carry all your stuff in. A great way to repurpose that. And I repurposed this. This started out as like a recipe box. It had 2 living hinges on it, but it had a flat piece on the top. And I'm like, yeah, no. And so this was repurposed from another piece, and he repurposed it again. But smart thinking, and it turned out really nice. I helped you understand more better. It's good. It's good. And Sharon said that was exactly what I was looking to do. You are most welcome. And while we're doing all this is going to be a while. We'll answer and address as much as we can. We'll do our own Q&A. I don't know how many A's I can give you, but we'll try it. Chris says, I have had the same cash in my pocket for at least 6 months. Used card cash for blackouts at ATMs. Yeah, I did the weekend before Valentine's Day. I sold 3 of the crosses. They were big crosses. They weren't the little ones. It was bigger pieces, done with 4.5 millimeter birch and multi layers, and sold those to a local cash and carry. And I've still got half that money in my pocket. That was before Thanksgiving. I don't spend cash and don't go out. Did you use 6 millimeter for the clutch? I used 4.5 millimeter. I don't know what Russ used. I think he used the same 4.5 millimeter. I don't know. So, Hobo, when I scaled it down to fit 12 by 12, it makes a 4-inch hole in the top, which is totally doable. You rock. Yeah, Snap-on. We got Snap-on, Cornwell, Mac. We got so many of them running around here. It ain't even funny. And as many of you know, I am a retired ASE mechanic, owned a tire store. That's right there. I can open up my back door and touch the wall of my tire shop. I used to live in the duplex, which backed up to it, and they were built in a time period where there weren't anybody worried about setbacks. I could open the kitchen window in my kitchen and stick my arm out and touch the tire shop. Oh, but that's where I am. And right now the RV is parked in the back driveway behind this building. And every Friday, the driveway beside of me is filled with tool trucks, one right after the other. The boys get paid on Friday, and the tool boys are here to get paid themselves. Yeah, Chris makes a good point. Says, yep, even when resizing it, it just means that most bowls will sit a bit higher in the base. And I didn't think about that. I've got it cut out perfect so that my bowl sits down inside of it. But if your hole gets a little bit smaller than your bowl, then it's just going to sit as far as it can and just be raised up. It would still work. But yeah. Scott says that Adam Stack has the 70 switchable 35. I heard that it was coming, and I think that other fellow is supposed to be getting one or has one or was told he was getting one, but I don't know. That would be, I want my 10 watt, like right now. When I'm doing fine detail, I want that 10 watt. So I don't know that I would like 70 to 35. I get why they do that, because for those of you who are not aware, I think most of the laser modules are 4.5 to 5.5 watts in power, and they actually stack them. They put them in a column and they focus them and focus them and focus them. And so in order to get 70 watts, calculator, because my brain don't work that good, 70 divided by 5. So that's about 14 diodes. So it's 7 over here, 7 over here, all stacked one on top of the other. And that's why the modules keep getting larger and larger and larger, because they got to have room to stack all them diodes in there. But in order to make it switchable, if you've got 14 5-watt diodes making 70 watts, when you turn that switch, you're disabling half of them. So now it goes from 70 to 35. And you couldn't, I don't know how they would or could in order to get it from 70 to 10, or even 20. But I want my 10-watt diode for doing detail work. Yeah, Chris says 70 watt is a chainsaw to cut steak. Noah Froley is working on the pass-through conveyor system. The last conversation that I had was part of with that, they had a working prototype, but they were having a problem with the material wanting to walk on the conveyor. So if you were able to do it in a single pass, it was okay. And even maybe if it was a pass in and then a pass out, it might have been okay. But if you were doing like right now, I'm doing a crosshatch with a line after fill. And if it was going to be doing it on something that was going to require it to go 90 degrees, then back to 0 degrees, and then back with a line fill, the back and forth, it was causing the material to walk on the conveyor. They had not come up with a solution to keep it centered and keep it from walking around. And that was the last obstacle he was working on. I don't know what progress has been made. I'm hoping that I'm not cut out of the loop with the Rowley family with the breakup, but we'll see how that goes. Yeah, and Stacy points out that the beam size on that 70 watt is pretty good size too. Yeah, and really though, if you need 70 watts, then you're probably working with that, quarter-inch or half-inch material, or that would be the only reason I would need it or want it. And if I'm cutting 1/8-inch material, then I need my 10-watt diode, because a little bit larger is a big difference when you're talking about such thin material. But if you're talking about half-inch material, a little bit larger, or even double the spot size on the laser, when you're talking about that thick of material, it's really not that relevant. Not really. Because in order to cut through it with, like I said earlier, to do it with the 20 watt or the 30 watt, you've got to do it so many times, so many passes, that it gets burnt away, and you're burning away so much more material, it's actually would be worse than what the kerf size would be of that 70 watt laser. If you watch any of the cut tests where they see how far they can cut through, it's burnt away and distorted and destroyed. So a larger spot size on a more powerful laser would give you a cleaner cut than this ever could with really thick material, if that makes sense. Scott or Brad says Atom Stack is also IKEA. No, thank you. I guess IKEA is worse. I tell you, all of these things are coming out of China, and you'll find that a lot of them are sharing the same components, and the difference is who's assembling them, and their quality control. But beyond that, customer support should be what makes your deciding factor when you buy one of these lasers. And if you haven't purchased a laser or upgraded something yet, before you do, get on their Facebook group, because there's going to be, I'm sure there's an IKEA Facebook group, whether it's IKEA official or not. IKEA owners have got a Facebook group. Look at what they're saying. Is everybody saying, what Scott or Brandon saying about how they're having so many problems with them? Then, go over and look at Rowley Automation's group. Yeah, people are having problems. because they're made by people. They're assembled by people, and they don't manufacture everything. Some of it they're just assembling. But what are they doing about it when there's a problem? Are you having to wait for days or weeks to even get a hold of somebody? Do you get an answer almost immediately or within 24 hours? Almost always. And Dimitri in the Facebook Rolly Automation group, a huge support when you've got problems. I've seen where he's resolved issues and found problems, gets online with people and does. The one thing that I really would kind of like to see him do is almost always when somebody contacts him with a problem and he tags them, says, he's in the groups, at Dimitri, I'm having this issue. Almost always his response is contact me in Messenger. And then they get everything resolved and everybody's happy. Except we don't see what happened. We didn't get to see how the sausage was made. We don't know what happened or what the resolution was. And I get that because when people contact me with problems and with my files or with a file that they're working on, instead of having to go back and forth with text messages or Messenger, I almost always say, let me send you a link and we'll get online. And then me and you will be like this in my studio and you in StreamYard. And I can talk to you and you can talk to me face to face in real time. And we can resolve the issue instead of, you got a question? Here's your answer. Oh, that brought up another question? Oh, you got another question. Here's your answer. 10 minutes later. Oh, a follow-up? So being able to just chat and be done with it is so much easier and so much nicer. But when it comes to customer support, and from what I've seen from others complaining about and from my firsthand experience, not only is the laser itself, in my opinion, superior to anything I've ever seen, their customer support is second to none. I've not seen anybody that does as good as what Leo does and the people that he has in place to take care of the problems. So if you're considering a laser, then make that your choice. hobowithwood.com/Rolly. And that will actually give me a little bit of kickback for when you buy your Rolly. Use that to get to that'll take you to their Rolly Automation website, and it lets Leo know that you went there because I suggested it. Da, 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 da. Comment. Sorry, I want to come back to that one. Yep, stay away. Actually, glad I had a big money in my wallet. Credit card was at the limit. Lots of big expenses. Yeah. I use my credit card for everything. And that's another huge saver. I actually make money with it because I've got the Capital One Spark business card, which is 2% cash back on all of my purchases, not just at this store or not just on food or just on. I get 2% cash back on everything I buy. And when I had the tire store, I actually bought a brand new Ford F-150 and paid for it with my cash back because I used that credit card to pay all of my tire bills, all of my all of my parts bills. So I was spending, tens of thousands of dollars a month and getting 2% cash back. And that 2% would make my truck payment every month. So I got a free truck using my credit card. I don't get that kind of cash back now because I'm not spending that kind of money, but my credit card it's my go-to. I don't get 2% on my savings account. So and keep it paid off and you're in good shape. Russ says, even though Halloween is over, he's working on the Boo design with glow-in-the-dark spray paint. Yeah. And Stacy says, yeah. Well, I ain't carrying the hundreds. And it's funny. You see some of the going some places. I've seen them where you get some of these younger generations in there behind the cash register, and what is this? You get one of them old $100 bills that's all doesn't have all the color and the ribbons and all that. They think it's monopoly money. They don't even recognize it as real money. I'm like, ah. And Dale says when he first saw the clutch, he thought it was a lunchbox, and it's too narrow for my lunchbox, but double the width of it, and that's another purpose for it. And it wouldn't be that hard to do to make a lunchbox. And with the things that I teach you, you can get this on hobowithwood.com, expand that, and you can be selling your lunchboxes tomorrow. That's the other thing. And I mentioned it. I'm happy to share how I did that and show you how I did it. You don't have to go buy it. I'll teach you how to do it yourself. But enough people are like, yeah, I ain't doing that. I'll just buy it. And I'm sure you're not the only one. And, you know, there was a batch of some of the very first, I think, MK1s that came out that they got some bad cabling. And again, they don't make the cables, but they got an inferior supply from a manufacturer that caused a problem. And some people had issues. But they got on it and fixed it, sent everybody out replacement cables, walked them through how to fix everything, and didn't hesitate, didn't hide from it, owned it, fixed it, done. It is about how you handle the problems when it comes up. Chris says, I agree. A 70-10 would be better than a 70-35. Yeah, they're not having the ability to at least a 70-20, but 35 is just not low enough. Yeah, and Chris, yeah, just two diodes on. Yeah. And that would, I don't know how, yeah, I guess, you know, right now with 14 diodes and 2 circuits of 7 just requires two circuits. Now you need 3 to do 7, 7, and 2, another circuit, and more space and more, you know, more work. The conveyor just needs guides like in a printer for different paper sizes. Hey, finish! Now let's look and see if it got the results that I want. No plumber, but I can live with that. I can live with that. So now turn the red layer back on, turn the black layer off. It is there, ain't it? Yeah, there it is. I got worried there for a minute. I said, maybe I did get rid of it, but I didn't get rid of it. You just couldn't see it. All right, now select that. Done, and start. And this is something else that I could not have done with the other lasers that I have worked with in the past. I was talking to Craig earlier today, and something that I am in the habit of because of my early lasers. I still do it even with this one. This, when that finished the engraving just then, the laser went up to my set finished position up and out of the way up here in the top right. And now when I went to do that cutting, I just sent it to come right back out here to do the cuts. If you're going to do multiple passes with the laser on a job like this, like what I'm doing, personally, I do not recommend homing the laser between those jobs. Even when you have a laser with limit switches, when you home that laser and it comes down here and goes to home and it's parked down here and you send it out to do a job and then you home it again and you send it back out to go do that a second process or procedure on that job, I think there's maybe a little room for error there because it may not go to 0, exactly every time you park it. But if you start from home, do a job, go up here and park it out of the way for a minute, and then you come right back out here and do this, well, it's just going from here to, and I'm making up some numbers, now it's going to 350 by 350. And it knows that here is 250 by 150, and it's just going to come right back to it and just do those cuts. You haven't changed its origin by moving it up here and then bringing it back, and you can do that all you want, and it's going to give you that repeatability. If you home it and then have to go back and do it again, you got a little bit of a chance of it not being exactly on top of each other. And this works for me. It's how I learned to use a laser without limit switches, and I still do it today, and I have no problem, getting that repeatability. But this machine blows my mind because it is so precise that if I wanted to, I could have picked that piece up off of the material of the workbed, checked it out, looked at it, brushed it off, made sure it's what I wanted, and then making sure that I get it all the way back into that 0 position, it would have cut out just fine because it is second to none. It truly is. Let's see here. We've done cutting. Yeah, Stacy says do what we do, CNC with tape it and glue it. That would work. That'd stop it from walking. All right, let me grab this off here. Oh, nope. I'm a dummy. The whole reason for wanting to do it in 2 jobs was to do the engraving at 10 and the cutting at 20. I forgot to do that important switch. And that's why this option of having the laser power controlled by Lightburn would be so cool, because you program it to do it and it's going to switch it. I forgot to switch it over to 20 watt, so it did not cut through. So now we're going to test its repeatability. We're going to send that laser right back out from where it's at. Try cutting it again. It'd be bad business for Rolly to put all their eggs in one basket, in my opinion. Well, if you're talking about me being cut out of the loop, his basket's a lot bigger than mine. A lot bigger than mine. And we'll see. Chris says a slow answer from Rolly's 24 hours. And that's really probably because somebody was asleep when you asked the question. Difference in time zones is the only reason it probably takes that long. Rolly is at the top of their game. Dimitri and Leo both are amazing. Wish they had more videos. Uh, yeah, and I haven't watched a lot of their videos. I don't have time because I'm busy doing 4.5 hour live streams. I don't know. I don't know. They really have set the standards for all. Never saw full enclosures and all the extras are for. Now it's standard. Yeah, they've got a lot of copycats out there, but you know they're still wannabes. They're still wannabes. Uh, what did you coat your snack box with? Snack box? Is this what you're referring to? The snack box? Is that uh this has just got lacquer on it. If that's the box you're talking about, the sheen that's on there is from lacquer. Your files are great. Yes. Plus, you walk through most of them with your videos as a how-to. Thank you for taking the time to share and help. You're a good man. Well, thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for watching. Thank you for the kind words. Yeah, the clutch file is the way it is now. It's a diet-sized lunchbox. Yep. All right, now it's finished for the second time. Let's see if that worked. Oh, yeah, they dropped out. Oh, and here's another trick I do. I'll take this over to my work table. And because these have got the white paint on them and they were a little bit sticky even yet, and it's been hours, the soot that's on there is going to require a little bit of more maybe than brushing. Brushing might help, but I will place those back in a position on my work bed and let this hold those pieces in place, because trying to hold that and do anything with it would be a beast. Whoa, that U is about cut in half. Woo. I just about broke that. I did not see that whenever I scaled it down. And before anybody starts saying, "Oh, what is he sanding that for? Why is he sanding that?" Well, just get you that one. I have not sanded, and you can see it's you don't see a lot of. There's a lot of soot. It's not very bright white, and um, we're fixing that. Some folks are like, "Oh, don't sand. You don't need to sand. You never need to sand." Well, sometimes you need to sand. Sometimes you got to sand it. And this is still really tacky, and it's I sprayed it. I don't know how long ago, but might be I don't know. It's not really humid in here, but the white paint is really tacky, and the soot was sticking to it. The brush wasn't doing it. A little bit of light sandpaper took the soot off. Still painted white. It looks good. Uh, you guys seen it. You guys seen it. I didn't. Yeah. No, I didn't. Y'all all seen it. Y'all should have spoke up. And here, Steve, he did. He yelled it. Did not switch to me. Yeah, well, and that's I can only see this much of chat, and y'all were way down there before I even got. Yeah, everybody's seen it. Everybody's seen it. Everybody's seen it but me. Uh, okay, I'm at the bottom of them. Uh, and actually go here, and uh, turn that back on. And you know what? I'm going to, because this is painted green, I feel like that might be lost. So I'm going to just take that off and just cut that out. It'll save time, and I think the other will be lost. And send. And while that's cutting out, oh, you know what? I forgot to cut the other. And I heard you. I don't know who just yelled at me, but I heard you. I forgot to cut the little ones out. Thank you for yelling. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Appreciate it. Let's see here. Nope. Uh, nope. Oh, well, I forgot to turn Stacy off. All right. Be right back. Oh my goodness. All right. Oh, that's right. That's just the one I need. Okay, so I need 14 of them. So just bring that over here. Turn that toolpath back on so I know where I cut from. And bring that down here. And we'll make an array of 14 of those. 2. There we go. And preview. Yep. And cut. Sometimes I can't see the forest for the trees. Are y'all falling asleep yet? There we are. All right. So there are a couple of small issues with it. And small being the key word. Those last. Let me shut this off. And shut the exhaust fan off. Oh, that's much better. So the last shamrocks, I didn't think about this. The stem on the large shamrock, which is how I designed it, and you can see it there. You can see it through the back. I designed it large, and I did it backward. I should have designed it small and then blowed it up, because designing it here and then shrinking it down, you can see how thin and small those cutouts were for the little bitty ones. And with the curve of the laser, the stem was pretty much just cut away. Let's see here. There's one up there you can see, but it was almost all completely burned away. But still don't look bad. But if I was going to be selling this file, that would be something I'd go back and retweak. But I'm going to take right now. I'm going to go make it pop. So the few of you that are still here, and you to see the finished piece, I'll be right back. All right, so some of you may have been doubting me about the distress look and how it would look once it was finished. Now it's wet, but with the lacquer, this is how it's going to dry. And it looks pretty decent. I can do this. So if you, and I'll upload this and put it on the website and make it free. Just know that the 63 of you who are still here watching this, you would consider going in and reworking the little stem on that smallest clover and make it 3 or 4 times its size, and you'll be fine. The white offset is okay, but and you might could get by with personalizing it somehow. If you are an Irish descent, Irish family, what have you, you might put your name in the middle clover or initials or something. But that's pretty cool. And I like going with the 14 clovers instead of the 12, because now it doesn't look like it's a clock face. It looks. I like it. I like it a lot. So let's see here. Where's my gold? Yeah, where is my gold? Ooh, use some Scotch tape and lay it down over the text before you pick it up. Yeah, that would work. But you know, for what I was doing, that'll work. I'm good. Let's see. A little sanding and a little air blow out all the crapola. Yep. Yeah, some gold sparkly behind the feeling good. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep. And that's what I was playing with, a different offset, and trying to figure out, another way to make that pop. And I was like, okay, what I didn't want to do, but the gold would be nice. I didn't want to do a white offset with the white letters, but yes, ma'am, Miss Stacy, a gold offset of the feeling good would be the clincher on that. Yes, that would be a really high gloss gold. You could either do it with the gold metallic spray paint, or This is my Baltic birch with my gold craft paper. So that right there, in fact, this would be the perfect piece to do that with, being that this is just a piece of scrap, but I could have cut out the Feeling Lucky offset with that, and then that gold on that green and the Irish. Yes, ma'am. But guess what? I ain't going to start over right now. Does anyone else use super glue instead of wood glue? If not, why? I like that this. I get this at the dollar store for $1.25, and it's the Elmer's School Glue, dries clear, and you get, you, as you've seen there, as I was putting it on, I can reposition it, move it around, get it lined up exactly where I want it. You ain't doing that with super glue. Looking for any that I need to address, and then I'm going to upload this. Repainting the letters would be tedious with the engraved detail they have on them, in my opinion, but it could be done if you wanted to use a paint pen, I guess. Yeah, and actually, by cleaning that up and doing that little bit of sanding, I don't know how well that's. They're so small. I don't know how well that shows up in there. You can see it pretty good. You know, you can see all the detail, all those Celtic knots in there. It turned out, you know, and especially after cleaning it and getting the clear on there, it pops pretty good. Whew, I just got a good strong whiff of that. And boy, lacquer's your friend. Yep. Okay. Okay. Piece of wood paint side on side white, the other green side, then flip it over. Yep. Yeah. Where's Waldo? As you probably tuned in as I was spraying. All right, down to the bottom. All right. Yeah. Yep. Okay. I'm going to save this file and upload it onto the website real quick. So let's switch over to there. Okay. Now I need to make sure I get everything back where she should be. In fact, we will do this. I'll say Control D, duplicate it, move this up here. Holy crap, boys and girls, 5 hours. 5 hours. And then rotate it. And Hmm. All right, now file, save as, new folder. Export. I don't even know how many people actually use these, but I never would have thought about using any of my designs for scroll saws, but they probably couldn't do it with a Lightburn file, but these SVGs or DXS of it. So somebody's using them. So I'll continue to do it. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong, ding, ding dong, ding dong, ding dong, ding 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 dong, ding dong, ding dong, ding. Media, add new media file, and now, oh my goodness. Oh, I don't want to do that. I want to do that, that, and that, and that. And now, and products, add new. Virtual, downloadable, free file, add to file, choose file, insert file, and we'll preview it. Yep. And publish. All right, so the 20 of you still here. Video of you still here. It's now online. Make sure that went there. Upload, refresh. Yep, it's there on the homepage. So if you don't see it, do your forced refresh. It's there. Bob says he's going to use my 3 mini bottle holder with a leprechaun on it. That's cool. And for you that don't know what he's talking about, oh my. That's my whiskey barrel, and he's going to do it with a leprechaun on it. You know, a leprechaun, and then maybe one with a pot of gold, and that's you. But that's the gold's underneath the pot. I don't know about that, but a leprechaun, that'd be cool. And SVG is great for my CNC software, Vectric. All right, guys, gals, boys and girls, I'm going to call it. I'm going to call it a morning. Thank you for your. I never intended to do this, that's for sure. And now I'll know better because my brain cannot focus on. And I should have known that even though that Gravini is so quick and so fast, that I was going to do this. I thought I'd do that one in 5 seconds and move right on to this one. And this one take time. This one took time, but I couldn't stay focused. Guys, thank you for your support. Thank you to anybody who was here that donated, not asked for it. Greatly appreciated. Whoever signed up to the Patreon, I'll get them their coupon out in the morning. I'm going to go to bed and work on some videos for the upcoming week. Thanks for one of the best all-nighter Saturday nights I've had in a long time. Keep up the great stuff. Well, thank you. And guys, as usual, I never know when this stupid streams are going to end, so I'll